No,
responsible for pressing that button.
no, didn't do nothing to cause any problem. We create problem on ourselves.
Okay,
God didn't.
here's the issue. Here's the issue. The same thing
You're
would then
trying to
apply
mix
to the
me up.
simulation. All right? If you want to go back to the simulation, okay? I would not be responsible for that person being tortured because I created the simulation, but the other person was the one that utilized their free will. So it would just
No,
be
but you
them that's
can't.
responsible, not me that created the simulation knowing that that would occur.
No, but you cannot put that to anything exist with God because you create your problem, you respond to your problem. God created man perfect and man created problem on themselves. So we have to face our problem.
Yeah, yeah, can you explain to me how something created perfect can become
Well,
imperfect?
all right. Listen to me. It's a
That
mystery,
would
you
mean
know.
that it wasn't created perfect, right? Given the fact that God's all
Yes,
knowing, all
man.
powerful, all good.
Yes, man. It was perfect. Was perfect. We don't know how long Satan was in heaven because God was there, giving him chance to repent, and he wasn't. He didn't want to repent. So perfect mean you are there. You are perfect, doing what God wanted you to do until evil come in your heart. So there's you didn't see no perfection there. There's nothing perfect you see there before you started to do evil.
Are you saying I do evil? Thank you for the handout. I appreciate it.
I'm saying to you, if a man there doing righteousness, right? Do you see nothing that he do righteous before he do evil?
Oh no, I will obviously you'd compare that they have more righteousness comparative to non-righteousness. But if you're implying that in all good God exists, that would
But
imply or
you have to,
entail
you
that
have
they
to, you have to, you have to know.
Javante, Javante. If you
Yeah.
believe in all good, all knowing, all powerful God exists, right? You can't say that they're all good and then they don't always do good, right? That's gonna be contradictory. That makes no sense to me.
Oh, but it don't make sense to you, but God know what He have done because you cannot figure out the mystery of God.
No, it's
You
not. I
don't have
can't
no
figure it
brain to
out. Is
figure
it
out.
doesn't make sense logically, right? What you're
And
essentially
it no make
telling,
no
wait,
sense.
what you're essentially telling me right now is that 12-sided
Yeah.
triangles can exist, right? That's what you're telling me.
Then if you well, if you believe that there's it can be a 12 triangle exist if you made that triangle to be exist, it can be exist. But what I'm saying to
No, no, no,
you,
no. Because when we refer to a triangle, we're referring to something with three sides, right? So it can't be
okay,
three sides and 12 sides at the
oh,
same time. That would be implying that
no,
3 is equal
no,
to
no,
12.
no,
Do
it
you think
can't
that
be.
3 is
But
equal to 12, sir?
no,
Okay,
it
well
can't
then
be
you believe in
equal.
logic. You believe 3 is equal to 3 and 12 is equal to 12. That's inferring that you believe that things are themselves. That's the law of identity. That's logic, right? So if you're going to
But
infer logic, right, within that
yeah.
scenario, why are you not inferring logic within this scenario?
Oh, what I want to say to you right now, the mystery what happened into heaven, me and you cannot figure out that.
Okay, well,
All you have to do, all you have to do, listen to me. All you have to do is live a clean life on earth. That when Jesus come, you can be with him in paradise.
I would love to spend paradise with Jesus. Like, that's something I would love to do, right? But like, what's the likelihood of that actually being true, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it's that probable, I would say.
So if you don't believe in God and believe those things, why you here asking people about if God is real, if you don't believe? Or you gonna know who if God is real?
Well, because my answer would be here, right? Is why are we believing in something here if we hold a contradiction? Well, at least applying to this conversation, why are you going to hold this position regardless of whether or not I show you that there's a contradictory belief that you hold? It's because you have a confirmation bias that leads you into believing that God is real, regardless of the evidence that is provided to you, right? And what that is very negative towards society because we're gonna have a lot of people that just decide to get very big into things in which they cannot get out of, and that's why we have big issues with like QAnon in the United States, right? It's like this religious fundamentalism literally has like extreme negative impacts in which can implicate the particular policies we have in government, right? So these are
Yeah.
really, really big problems that people don't take into account because people just want to apply the standard of evidence of, oh, uh, I believe this to be true regardless of any evidence that's provided, right? It's
Then
just a
the
confirmation bias.
next question I want to ask you: if you don't believe on the God exists, and you said that there's no God exists, Why people worshiping God then? It makes sense. Nobody worship
Well,
God.
if they believe in a God that doesn't exist, I would say it's probably because of comfort. It's probably
So
because
if
they want to explain the unexplained. Like I understand
so
it. Like I want to do
that
the same
wouldn't be
thing.
that wouldn't make any sense worshiping somebody that you don't believe, you don't know.
Oh no, they might believe it, right? But that doesn't mean they know it, or that doesn't mean it's true.
Then why I going to worship something that I don't believe in? It don't make
I'm
no
not. They
sense.
don't believe. They do believe in it, right? They believe in it, but I'm saying that they don't know it. Thank you for the hand
But
heart. I appreciate it.
believe is known same way. No believe me known same way. You know there's a God. That's
Thank
why
you
you
for the
do
hand
it.
heart. I
But
appreciate it.
believe.
No, no, it's not. I mean, believing should be requiring the fact that you know. Thank you for the hand heart. I
Yes.
appreciate it.
Yes.
But when people say that they believe in things, they don't always mean that they know, right? So, especially within this context, they say that they believe in it, but it doesn't mean that they know it.
Mm. I don't upset that still. I'm not
You
gonna
don't what?
find you. You don't upset what you said because from somebody said and believe, definitely no. Because if somebody come to you and said, you know that I believe that Jesus come and die for our sin, what's your action towards that?
I'm not gonna have any action towards that necessarily, right? I'm gonna say I disagree with you. Like
Yeah, that
I
easy,
don't necessarily think that we have any reason to believe that that's true. I might disagree with like the position that you hold on that, but it's not gonna infer that like I would say like, oh, you're a terrible person, or oh, you don't deserve rights or something, right? I believe in freedom of religion. I
So
just don't think that we should hold beliefs in which are contradictory if they are.
oh, I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said on your comment, believing is nothing. I just read a while ago. Believing is nothing. But I
Okay,
think
for sure.
if you know, it's been a lot if you know there's a God.
Okay, for sure. Well, I do appreciate you coming on, but I'm looking for the next guest. Thank you so much for coming on.
Okay.
Have a great day. All right, everyone. I'm gonna go on to the next person. If you like the debates, make sure to tap the screen. It helps send out to more people. Also, if you want to follow me, I'd appreciate that as well. If you want to check out any of these lives, if you missed them, thank you, Nicki Minaj. I appreciate the hand heart. Make sure to follow me. Follow me on or subscribe to me on YouTube. Link trees in my bio if you want to check that out. If you want to do that. So yeah, I appreciate everyone doing so. But yeah, let me get the next person on here real quick. All right, this person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25, bro.
For sure. Do you believe in God?
I do believe in God.
Why so?
Okay, so let me get to this point, okay, real quick. My English not actually that good. Some people would not understand me, okay? So I'm just gonna try to talk like slowly, and so people can keep up with me. And this is just my facts, and my facts doesn't make it facts to other people, right? So I was talking with my cousin the other day, and the thing is
Well,
that
I'm sorry. I heavily disagree with that. Facts are true, independent of the mind, right?
right, okay, but that's what I'm saying. My facts, so I can see something, right? And obviously that doesn't make it true for you, right? So my truth is
Okay,
not
so
gonna.
you're referring to like subjective truth in this circumstance. You're not referring to facts, right?
Okay, yeah, let's put it that way. Okay, so I was talking to my cousin the other day, and we were talking about this subject, and I told him that I believe in God because I have my reasons. uh I cannot prove to him that God exists, right? And I know we're talking about this Christian God or Catholic God, and I would recommend to you that you switch that, prove me that God exists, because God could be many gods. You can like try to be more punctual with that and say a Christian God. Prove me that Christian God exists, right?
Well, it's not just the Christian God that I want to talk to. I don't want to just talk to Christians.
Right, right. But we're talking about this God, this omnipotential, it's and everywhere.
That's
Here's
just the one
every.
we're referencing right now, necessarily.
Okay.
Well, but do you want to go over your particular belief? Because I mean, I don't think this has any relevance to the arguments here.
Okay. Yeah. So, I had some things going on in my life, right? And I cannot prove to you that God exists. But I have faith in this energy, whatever you want to call it, and things happened, and nothing in this world, and my belief, that's my personal belief, nothing is coincidental. Like nothing is a coincidence. Everything happens for a reason. I don't know if you heard about the butterfly theory, right? The butterfly effect. Tiny ant can make change in everything that happens, right?
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So wait, how is this supposed to justify God? What was the first? Okay, I was actually here. I was gonna ask you this. Um, do you have an issue with me holding a position that Stewie Griffin created the universe through a temporal loop?
Can you repeat that to me, please?
Yeah. Do you think it's false that I hold the position that Stewie Griffin created the universe through a temporal loop?
No.
Thank you for that mustache. I appreciate it.
Okay, so that's what you
You don't
believe,
think it's
right?
false?
No, and I cannot say,
Oh,
and
okay.
and you cannot prove that to me too, right?
Do you
Because
believe the Earth is flat?
I don't believe the Earth's flat.
Why not?
Well, and I don't believe the Earth's round too, right? Because we have this thing called gravity. If we are talking about uh information
You
and
don't believe
knowledge,
it's round because of gravity?
if you see the Earth is flattened and both poles, it's not like a perfect sphere. That's what I meant.
Oh, yeah, it's like an oblique spheroid, right? But that's actually due to gravity. So we're just referring to spherical. Yeah,
Right.
but
That okay. Yeah. That's
okay.
what I
So
meant.
you believe it's spherical. Okay. So why do we believe it's spherical?
We do believe that because scientists, this knowledge that came from the past, that
So there's
adopted.
evidence. There's
Right.
evidence for a particular position. So why do we require evidence to determine truth in terms of like a flat Earth existing or a round Earth existing versus a God existing? Why do we not require evidence then?
Well, I want to make this. I remember the other guy talking about God creating everything, right? And let me make this point. If you create like some environment with some ants, let's say, right? You will make the ants uh I don't know, a city, whatever, right? And if we talk about evidence, and if we talk about scientists and everything, uh the like the universe, or a galaxy, the Milky Way, right? It works because of gravity, right? How does this thing that gravity is so perfect? Because the Milky Way, we are moving. The universe is expanding at seconds, like every time, and the Milky Way is not just suspended in some dark point. It's moving. Like all the universe are moving right now. We're not stand
Can I
still.
ask you a question? What do you
Right.
mean gravity is perfect?
Uh. Well, is this kind of force? I mean, I cannot say that's perfect. That was my fault, but it's this kind of force that eh, somebody or something has to create this thing.
Why? Why
If
does
you
someone have to create it?
because it's just symphonical. It's just symphonical. Like there is some black
What do you
holes,
mean? What?
right?
It's just what? It's what?
It's like a symphony. Everything works like it's supposed to be, right? Like the arts is not
Wait, what
gonna
do you mean?
try.
What? No, 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 that's a presupposition. What do you
Right.
mean everything works how it's supposed to be? Right? You're just saying that everything functions? Well, just because everything functions, why does that imply that it has a creator? Right? Because God functions. Does God have a creator?
Probably. We don't know
God
that.
has a creator?
That's what I'm saying. Probably.
Okay,
We
so if God is a creator, then that would also imply that because that creator was able to create it, it functions. Therefore, that
Right.
one also has a creator, right?
All right.
But then that one also had to function in order to create that one as well. So this is going to go on infinitely, right?
Right.
There's just going to be a cause, a need for a cause, a need for a cause, a need for a cause.
Right.
So why do you believe this?
Because on my own facts, and people, I mean, the other day I got called delusional, because that's delusional if we think in that, right? Because my facts or my stuff, like my
Wait, it's not. Wait, no, not facts here, not facts.
okay,
Right?
so
Because your positions
right,
are
my
holding
positions,
on a
right,
belief that isn't
right,
necessarily logical here, right?
right. Yeah. So my
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know if I would call you delusional, but I would say that like you hold a position that is obviously wrong, right? If you hold a belief which
Mhm.
includes a logical contradiction, that's not going to make any sense to me, because then you're not going to be able to tell me that there can't be 12-sided triangles, right? And by triangles, I'm referring to 3-sided shapes.
right.
Yeah, so like there can be it's going to be 3 sides and 12 sides at the same time.
No, that's not factual.
See,
That's
that
not
makes no sense, right? How do we determine that makes no sense? By using logic.
right.
Thank you for the love tag. I appreciate it. Thank you so
What's
much.
logic?
Yeah, yeah, logic is like, we're in this context, we're referring to like the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle, right? So generally speaking, we're saying that A equals A within terms of the law of identity.
Right.
Yeah, so things are themselves, like 1 is equal to 1. 1 isn't equal to 2, 1 is equal to 1.
Right. Like everything, you get a point here, but let me make this point too, okay? So we
Mhm.
all have this knowledge that comes from the past, from the present, and we're gonna have more knowledge in the future, right?
Sure.
But everything's made of by humans, right? Everything's made up by
Everything's made by humans.
right,
Everything that we're referring to that's made by humans is made by humans, but there are things that are not made by humans.
right. But I'm talking about this subject. I'm talking about knowledge in this case,
Yeah,
right?
so knowledge is done by us right now. Knowledge can be attained by other types of entities if they become rational, or even if they have some type of subjective experience, they can learn and accrue knowledge.
Right. So
So I
everything,
mean, do you think that dogs have knowledge?
no, but they have instinct, right? And that's decoded in the
Dogs don't have knowledge. Dogs don't have knowledge.
dogs cannot reason. They have instinct.
Wait,
That's
wait. Just because they don't. Okay, so do babies have knowledge, or like infants? Do they have any knowledge?
no, and you're not understanding my point.
No, so they don't know how to like say, like suck on something, or like, I mean, you just say that's instinctual, right?
Right. That,
Do 3-year-olds have knowledge?
no, that's so. Let me get to my point, right?
4-year-olds? Do 4-year-olds have knowledge?
Right. But let me get to my point, bro. So
No,
nothing.
Do 4-year-olds have knowledge?
Probably they have, because we can teach them something.
They do. Can 4-year-olds reason?
They cannot reason, but we can teach them something.
So they
That-
can't reason, but they have knowledge.
No, I'm not saying they have knowledge. They can be teach it.
So
we
they
can
don't have knowledge.
we can teach 4-year-olds, right? Because they're
How do we
developing.
teach them if they can't accrue knowledge? What are we? What does teach mean? Teach means we're showing them knowledge, right?
Of course, yeah. If you want to put it that way.
Yeah. So again, if we can teach them, they can have knowledge without being able to reason, right? So at least the way we're referencing reason.
Okay, I get your point. And you were saying about bad reasoning, but that's a reason, right? And you were talking about good reasoning and bad reasoning, right? But you been
I honestly don't quite remember the connotation that I was referring to, good or bad reasoning.
when you were talking about this with the Jamaican guy.
Maybe I was referring to something that's logical versus illogical.
Right. Okay. So
Logic is how we order reason. Reason is referring to like premise 1, premise 2, things like that, right? Or like deduction, induction.
right, but not every human is the same, right? I mean, we share 99.6% of our DNA, right? But our genes
Okay.
are different. They express
There are
themselves.
some people with the
right?
same genes, but they aren't the same individual. Like an identical twin can have the same same DNA as like the other identical twin. Can, not all identical twins too, but they are different individuals. Like they're distinct, but they're very similar.
Okay, so that doesn't mean they have the same reasoning. They have the same power of reasoning, right?
Yeah, essentially.
Okay,
They have a different experience though.
right. So what I'm trying to say, bro, it's nothing in this world is the completely truth. Nothing. Cause and I'm
Thank you,
gonna
Fand. I
put this
appreciate it.
I'm gonna put this
Nothing is completely truth.
not
Okay. Okay. So is this controller this controller?
right, but who labeled that as a controller?
That's
why
just how
they
we're
did
referencing it right now.
why,
Wait, the words that we're using to reference it are like not even relevant to whether or not it is the thing it is.
right,
Right.
okay.
So this is a controller. Yes.
Yes, that's a controller.
So the controller is a controller. Right. Is that completely true?
Yeah, that can be true.
Okay, so it's completely true. You just said that there's nothing completely true, but there is something completely true, and that something that's completely true is the fact that this controller is a controller.
Okay. Yeah, you're right over there, bro. But let me put this thing like this. Do you know that uh they burned the Alexandrian library back in 64 before Christ, right?
Yep.
So
Yep.
there was knowledge over there, right?
The Library of Alexandria. Yep.
Yeah. So there was knowledge. What happened to that knowledge? Get burned. It got lost.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So in religion or even scientists, whatever, we've been indoctrinated to stuff, right? To believe in this thing, to believe in that this thing, to believe in this thing, right? But you, bro, like I'm talking about you. You cannot prove something. You can talk about reason, right? Right?
I can't prove something. Okay. So
So
can I
no,
prove that this
listen
controller
to
is
me.
this controller?
Listen to me. Listen to me. So if you go, so what's the moon made of?
What's the moon made of?
Yes.
How does that have any relevance to the conversation?
Just answer the question.
I'm honestly gonna be real with you, not sure.
Okay, you're not sure.
I'm not
Could
sure what the moon is made of.
why not you? Why aren't you not sure?
Because I haven't checked it out. Probably some type of rock.
Right. And we were all talking about concepts and everything, right? And you were talking about the controller, right? You've been thought
Yeah.
you've been thought that that was a controller. Someone put long, like I don't know when the controller was made. Let's say a PS1 controller was the first controller ever made, or the Atari one, right? Somebody created that and put that name on it, right? It labeled it.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. And you learned that, right?
Yeah. I would hope so.
Okay. So now a controller is a controller because a human invented that, and now it's a controller.
Thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Yeah, human assembled the controller, and now we reference it as a controller.
Right. But that's what you've been taught. Why cannot be anything else? That's what I'm saying. That's a reasoning, right? That's why every human being has a reason, right? Everybody
It's,
humans
it's the
can
most it's the most probable event, right? Because I can compare what's designed to what's not designed, and I know that generally speaking, I have prior experiences with controllers being designed by humans, whereas like again, I can compare that to what exists naturally within nature. Right? I compare what's designed to what's not designed in order to determine what's designed in the first place. But if you think that everything within the universe is designed, you can't compare that to something that's not designed in order to tell that it's designed in the first place. So you
why
can't
did
just
I
tell by
say
looking at
everything
something
was
that it's designed if
okay?
you think that
So
everything is designed.
okay, if we're talking about logic, right? And why did I say that the universe was a symphony? Why did I say that, right? It's because the Earth's not gonna crash to Mars, right? That's what I've been taught because uh, like the planets start going in circle and this star called the sun, right? Why the sun,
Uh-huh.
it has this strong gravity, what it doesn't suck everything up? Why?
Why doesn't it suck everything up?
Right. Why it doesn't burn? Why the earth is just what it is,
So
right?
so it pulls things towards it. So actually, technically, I'm pretty sure over time it actually does, right? It makes it go closer necessarily, or it could necessarily lose. I'd have to check. I'm pretty sure actually we like it does pull it towards, right? If it's necessarily in terms of that or if it's like it can be, yeah, pulled closer due to the gravitational force. Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. It would just take an extremely long period of time, I would think.
Okay. So by you saying that, you don't think that something that is more intelligent, that's far from comprehension, created that?
Well, I don't know.
Okay, yeah, you don't know that, right? I don't know either. But if you use your logic as a human
Yeah,
being,
I am
you
using logic to say I don't know.
right? Okay, yeah, you got a point there, bro. But you wouldn't think that, right? Because, like I'm saying, the universe it works like some mechanical stuff, right? Like it was
What do you
created.
mean mechanical? Wait,
Even even
how do you know it works like it's created?
okay, let me put this
Okay, actually,
another.
I have one thing to explain here. Orbits are gravity plus speed, and the Earth is falling into the sun, but the speed keeps it from falling in, right? Like at the like at a high rate.
Okay, now, um we're not just us, right? It's not just us, or a galaxy. That's what scientists told us, right? There's a lot of universe going around it, right?
No, not a lot of universe. Well, we don't know if there's a lot of universes, but we know there's a lot of galaxies because we can
Okay,
observe
yeah,
them.
yeah, yeah. Sorry, there's a
Like,
lot of
have you ever looked in a telescope?
yes, I did.
Yeah. Have you ever seen another galaxy, maybe, or like seen a picture of another galaxy?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah. Well, yeah, there are lots of galaxies.
Right. Okay. So, how do you explain though? I mean, how do you? Can you explain me how gravity works? Like how
In what
this
connotation?
and this connotation, how,
You mean in
like,
terms of orbits?
not in terms of orbits, but how does it work? Why does it work? It just, it was just
How
like,
does it work? Why does it work? These are different questions, right? Why does it work? Well, I don't know the purpose of it necessarily working. I wouldn't be able to tell you that. But how it works, it would depend on the particular connotation, right? Like, do you want me to reference like gravity in like like in the relative sense in terms of like relativity,
okay,
or
yeah,
do you want me to reference it in like another connotation?
no, that
Because you could
connotation.
just say like the
Okay, so let,
yeah, like the
let's
bending of
let
space time, right? You
right,
can
right,
refer to it within
let
that
let let
context,
let
or if you want me to
let's just,
describe to you how it works,
okay,
I
no,
can.
let's just get to the point, bro. So I was trying to make just a point. I'm not trying to say that what I said is actual truth. I was just trying to make a point here, right? And my point was that something or some unical force. And if you heard a lot of theories back then, like if you hear about the Big Bang theory, right? It was the start of something. We don't know what was before. We will know, and we know, but
We
we
don't
know.
know if it was the beginning. We don't know
Right,
if it was. We just know that there's a state of change within the
right.
context of existence. Thank you for the hat and mustache. I
But
appreciate
in
it.
order for that to happen, it needed like a great force, something that we cannot explain. It didn't
No,
just,
it doesn't need a force outside like a creator or anything like that. Maybe it implied some sort of force that existed within inside of like the existence already. Like I don't know if it necessarily implied like a force that you're referencing, or if it implied a force within the material existence.
okay, bro. So you can go to the next, I guess, because I mean, and you're really acknowledgeable guy. You're really smart in what you think. I was really entertained by this kind of topic, right? And I will try to say that people not. I mean, you could you can say a lot of stuff, right? but you have to prove it. And people cannot prove that God exists because Bible was written by a man, right? We're talking about, and if we talk about if we talk about spirits, and because one thing is God and other things religion, right?
Well, religion would be the belief in God, right?
Right, but religion was made up by humans, I would think.
Yeah, I would say religion is perceived by humans if you want to define it in that way. But yeah, okay. Well, I appreciate you coming on, but it was good talking to you. Thank you so much.
Okay, bro.
Have a great day. All right, everyone, if you do want to see some more debates, make sure to tap the screen. It'll help send out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. Let's try to get to 200,000 likes real quick. It'll help send out to more people. Thank you, everyone, doing so right now. If you want to debate yourself, send a guest request. I'll accept the first people who send requests. I have 20 guest requests, which is the max right now. So I'll try to get to as many people as I possibly can. But I appreciate everyone sending requests, y'all. I apologize if I can't get to you. All right. All right. So it's not accepting that person for some reason. Give it a second, everyone. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Oh, it cut out. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. Can you hear me?
Yeah, for sure. Go for it. Do you believe in God?
Yeah, I just want to first start by saying sorry for the way that I came off yesterday in the debate. I got a little hostile. Just because personally I was
Oh, you were
trying
on
to,
yesterday?
yeah, I was trying to explain to you something, and I feel like you weren't exactly grasping the point that I was trying to make. So it kind of frustrated me a little bit. But I would say personally, um, I'm in the same page as the last guy. And with the last guy, he has a hard time trying to say what he has to say without people not understanding him, which I know a lot of people like that, which is what I was trying to explain yesterday, is not everybody can be logical with what they're saying based off what logic is. And so if you want to talk about logic, and I'm going to have you just give me a second to talk because you like to use your logic and say logical this and logical that and all this other stuff. I just want a second to talk and say what I have to say before you go into your whole logical mess. Um, the last guy was trying to say, we all perceive the world differently. And so, based off how you perceive the world, it's going to be hard to grasp a concept like this. So, me personally, I've had experiences in my life where I did not believe in God. But due to the fact that I didn't have faith in myself, I didn't believe in anything. And as a person who wants to have faith in everyone around me, like God says, or whatever God says, because personally, I don't read the Bible, and I don't want to say I don't believe the Bible, but to me, the Bible is a book of experiences, and we all have experiences, period, point blank. And I get what you're doing, and I may sound angry, and I'm not, but personally, this is a hard topic. When you have a bias on something, you're never going to change your opinion until you allow yourself to. And it seems like we're running in circles because you use the same um, analogies and things over and over again to like make a point that's not really proven. So the guy was saying last time with the controller thing, and I'm going to bring that back up because a controller is only controller because someone made it a controller, right? And with that being said, if no one perceived a controller as a controller, you wouldn't know what the hell a controller was because a baby doesn't know what anything is. Yes, that baby may not lack what you would call knowledge because you don't know what a baby is experiencing. So of course that baby's gonna lack knowledge to you because you brought up a baby too. So with that being said, it's like, of course, all these people in the comments are gonna think I'm a clown. They're gonna think whatever they want to think. But if you don't even have faith in yourself, how are you gonna simply have faith in God?
So what do we mean by faith here?
I just mean like depending on what you define faith as, like what's your definition of faith?
Belief without evidence.
Okay. And what's wrong with having faith?
Yeah, because we wouldn't be applying a standard of evidence, so we don't have a differentiation
Okay,
between
so
what we see
based
to
on
be
the world,
true and
okay,
what we see to
now
be
can I
not
ask you
true.
another question? I
So,
got your answer. I understand what
can,
you're trying to say. Can I ask you another question?
sure.
Okay, so based off your evidence, everything that has happened in the past, you don't know, right?
Yeah, I don't know every single thing that's ever happened.
But I mean, okay, so before you were born, do you know anybody's telling the truth based off what you've heard or based off what you've experienced? Based off what you heard, do you know people are telling the truth?
I can know if people are telling the truth about things that happened before me.
Based
So I
off
can use
experience,
evidence.
based off
No,
experience,
not
or based off
not
logic?
not my own experience, but I
Okay,
can
so what makes
utilize
your experience
the
logic and
available.
someone else's
I
experience not logic?
hold up. I'm not saying that my experience is logic and other people's aren't logic.
Okay,
What I'm
but what's
saying
the
is that logic
definition
is
of
something that
logic? What's the definition of logic?
yeah. So logic is going to be referring to the laws of logic, like the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction.
Okay,
the
so
law
what's
of
the law of
excluded
identity?
middle.
What's the law of
The law
identity?
of identity. The law of identity is simply referring to A is equal to A, right? Things are
Okay, and
themselves.
so
So
if
when
A
I
is
say
equal to A, okay, wait, I'm gonna stop you there because I have something to say. If A is equal to A, and me is equal to me, okay, right? How can you say that my logic isn't your logic?
my logic, at least in the connotation that we're referring to it, is just referencing like my strain of like reasoning here and how we're applying.
But
like,
why? But just a
logic
second
onto
ago, you
that.
said something
Logic
about
is going to
reasoning.
be.
No, wait. Let
Well,
me stop
listen,
you
can I
there because
finish?
before,
Logic is
no,
going to be
don't
true,
finish.
independent.
Let me finish just for 1 second because before, when the other man was on here, you said something about reasoning, right? And apparently, I have control issues. But you seem to not let the people who are coming on here to debate on their faith want to speak. So back to what I was saying before you tried to debate on your debate, which you're running yourself in circles here, Parker. Let's get to the point, okay? Based off
Yeah. So logic.
the
Okay.
logic that you create for yourself, you are going to have your own.
He just left. He can send a guest request back. I'll accept him back in, but he just literally left. I will X some people out so that there's an open space for them to send, but I didn't kick them out at all, so they can send a guest request back. There's some openings for him to send a guest request back real quick, if he would like to. I will just address some of these things. So logic is going to be true independent of the mind. So logic is just going to reference how we order our reasoning, right? Okay, here let me make sure that there's some opens. Please stop sending guest requests if you're not that person. By the way, I'm trying to get. I'll open it so that people can have a chance. I just need to get that person back in here if they want to send a guest request. Oh, people already send guest requests immediately. I apologize, everyone. I'm Xing out right now. I need that person to send a guest request back so I can accept them if they want to, so that we can finish what was being said there. If you want to see some more debates, make sure to tap the screen. It will help send out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. It's open, by the way, if you want to send a guest request. Is he going to send it? I'm giving it a second for him to send it. Why is he rude? I don't know. I am giving him a bit to send a guest request. I don't think he's going to send one. I'll give him like a minute or two to like send a guest request. Y'all, can y'all stop sending guest requests, please? Like, chill out. I'm trying to get this one person back, and everyone's spamming it back to 20. All right. It doesn't look like they're gonna send a guest request. I gave them a bit. Maybe his phone died. Maybe I'll wait for it later then. All right. It doesn't seem like they're sending a guest request back. I'll get to the next person. If you want to debate, make sure to send a guest request right now. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're gonna send a guest request. All right, let me get the next person. People don't want him because he's rude. Oh, I still want to be able to like address him necessarily. All right, let's this person. For some reason it didn't go through. Set boundaries, Parker. Trust me, I'm doing so. It's a little not as apparent though. I understand. Yeah, what's up?
Okay.
How old are you?
16 technically.
You're 16? All right.
Well,
Well, you have to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules, not mine. TikTok rules, everyone, not mine. I appreciate every. Hello? Okay, I'm confused, y'all. I'm trying to get someone. Give it a second, everyone. Let's see if we can get someone. Y'all, I almost look like a pastor right now. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 16.
You're 16. You got to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules, not mine. TikTok rules, everyone. You got to be 16 plus. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I am 52.
For sure. Do you believe in God?
I certainly do.
Why so?
And my reasoning behind that, I had a personal experience when I was a teenager. I had come home from a horrible day at school. I was a big girl, picked on in high school, blah, blah, blah. I came home with tears in my eyes. I went to bed sobbing in the middle of the afternoon. I was touched by the Holy Spirit, and they asked, "Do you love me?" And I replied, yes. And instantly I had a complete takeover of my body, and my heart was full, my tears dried, and I was completely sure from that moment on that God did exist and that he did talk to me. And
How do you know that that experience particularly was God and that it wasn't necessarily just something that you were feeling?
sorry, I had to turn the volume up. Is there any feedback on your end?
No, I don't hear anything.
Okay, good. Okay. How do I know it was God? I just know. I just know all my questions were answered that day.
Hello?
It's still me.
No, there was. Did you hear the other person?
I
just
heard the
literally
other
heard
person.
another person say hello for a second.
Yeah,
I'm so
I did.
confused. There's no one even in my box. Like I apologize for that. Sorry.
It's okay.
What
It's
were you
okay.
saying?
I just knew it was the Holy Spirit because of the way the takeover in my body occurred. And instantly my problems were lifted. Everything that had gone on at school that day no longer bothered me. My only focus was loving the Lord and just being a good person. Oh, that's cute. I am a person who believes that you have to lead by faith. I heard it again.
I heard it again. I'm so confused. If they say something again, I'm gonna have to turn off my guest request. I'm so confused. Like
That's okay.
I
It's
don't I
okay.
don't no, I have no clue. No, I'm not like. Okay. Yo, what the fuck just happened? I didn't even see a single person on my live, y'all. What the fuck, yo? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to remember that person's name. Oh my gosh. Y'all, I'm so confused. I didn't see a single person. Did y'all see anyone? Parker, it was God? No, it must be. You just know it when you experience it. They said they want to talk to you. Well, they definitely did not sound like they can on live. So, all right. Well, I'll accept someone here in a minute. If you want to see some more debates, make sure to tap the screen. It helps send out to more people. It was a glitch. Maybe it happened before. Who knows? Yeah. If you want to see some more want to see some more debates, make sure to tap the screen. Let's try to get to 250K likes real quick. We'll help send out to more people. I appreciate it, everyone. But yeah, let me go into the next person. I don't see that person in the guest box, so we're gonna go to the next one. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
18.
For sure. What's your birth year?
Okay, so the thing is,
What's your birth year?
2003.
2003?
Yeah, that's 20, but I can't say
Yeah,
my age
man.
for specific reasons.
You think that's 20?
I want you
Okay,
to reach
okay,
out
wait.
to
So
me.
then it seems like I can't have you on the live, man. You would have been fine if he just said 2003 and didn't say anything. He could have got away with it, honestly, because you can be 2003 and still be that age, right? No, I'm just joking. All right, let me go to the next person. All right, everyone. All right, let me go to the next person. All right, everyone. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, good morning. I'm 32.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Driving?
Yeah, good morning.
No.
I'm 32.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Are you
Do you
driving?
believe in God?
Yeah, of course I believe in God.
For sure. Why so?
Yeah.
Thank you, Stella. I
Well,
appreciate it. Thank you so much.
okay. So, before I begin to proceed, I want to just understand, what do you mean by God? Like, what God are you referring to?
Yeah, so I'm generally referring to a creator of the universe, or like the tri-omni God, so the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good God.
Okay, okay, I understand. So, but basically, before I start to explain my own direction, you understand, I would just like to remove the name God first and say a source or a creator. I don't know if that's okay by you. Just something, you know, a beginning. You just call it by so many names. You understand? So, but what I want to say first of all is, I want to first of all use logic, in a way, because I believe that this universe, for it to exist, there has to be something that is independent. You get that does not depend on anything to exist. Because, for example, now if I'm holding a gun now, you feel me, and I point the gun to you, and I depend on someone telling me, hey, shoot this guy to shoot, and that guy depends on someone to say shoot this guy, and goes on and on and on. At the end of the day, I will not pull the trigger. You understand what I'm saying? So now the universe itself depends on so many things, atoms, molecules, blah 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 blah. There has to be something that is independent, that does not depend on anything before we can exist. I don't know if you get what I'm
Yeah, so
saying.
there are going to be a few things that I have here, right? So in terms of something being independent, I don't see there an issue with saying that the universe is independent. I also don't see an issue with saying that the universe is interdependent. The same sort of way, my brain and body are interdependent, rely upon each other in order to produce life, right? So it also depends, like what we're referencing in terms of like dependent upon what, and what do we mean by dependence?
Like for your body to function now, you need your molecules, you need your atom. You don't move yourself. You need other things to move you. Do you understand? So, and if
Yeah.
you
So
are
can matter
operating
be
your,
independent?
what do you say?
Can matter be independent?
Matter. Matter still depends on other things like electrons and protons and neutrons and all that stuff. Do you understand? And this keeps going forever and ever and ever and ever. There
What do
has
you,
to be
what do
something
you mean it
actually keeping
depends
it.
on like electrons and protons and things like that? Why does matter depend on those things? Wouldn't matter make up those
Yeah.
things?
For something to exist, there has to be something behind it to bring its existence. Like talking
Okay,
about
okay,
the
so God
container.
exists, right? God exists, right? So there has to be
Yeah,
something
yeah,
behind God that causes its
yeah.
existence, right?
No, if there's something behind God, that means there has to be something else behind him again. And we'll keep on going, and the universe will not come to be. There has to be a starting
Exactly.
point of something in life, which should be a source or a creator or an intelligent design. It doesn't have to be God. I have no issue with calling it,
No,
because
there
for me,
doesn't.
I
No, there
feel
doesn't,
it's
because you
just
created this issue in the first place, right? So when you say that everything has to have a creator, you don't think everything has to creator because you think that something can exist that was not created that created everything else. So you don't think
yeah,
that everything
something.
requires a creator. So why don't we just start this at like the universe existing? The universe doesn't require a creator, right? It just exists.
No, the universe. No, 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 no. You can't say it like that, because universe. There are so many theories that talks about the universe being born, the Big Bang. So many theories that saying that that tells that there's a starting point of something. And if you look at the way the universe is formed, it's not by accident. You will know that even from the way the Earth is positioned, the way everything, you know, it's a design, a form of a design. The issue is
Oh,
calling
I
it
completely
God.
disagree here. How do we identify that something is designed if you think that everything is designed?
Okay, now what I'm saying now about the design, when you look at as your body, for example, now look at the way your body functions, how complex it is, you would understand that this thing is not just by accident. We are here not just by accident. You understand? We are here because there is something that is a source that is creating your body to react the way you are. Do you understand? You are talking with me. We are in this reality. You know how you don't even know how you breathe. You don't know how you move, but you know that we are operating under things that we cannot see. The fact that we cannot see these things does not mean that they don't exist, because we only know how many of the whole universe, maybe 1% or 2% of the whole universe. But that does not mean that there's something out there. The fact that, because, and another thing is, we as humans, we are limited by our
Can,
logic.
can I actually like explain something to you? I don't think that just because I don't see it that it doesn't exist. There's no reason why I think that it doesn't exist. I would only think that it
Okay,
doesn't
okay.
exist is if we were to infer a logical contradiction. So unless there's a logical contradiction, I wouldn't say here that it doesn't exist.
Okay, so now when I'm talking about because from what you're saying, I know you don't actually believe that God exists. You understand, and I just feel
I
it's just
don't know
because of
if a God
you.
exists, like in the terms of the deist God that you referenced. Thank you for the hint, I appreciate it. But I would say like the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good God. I'm just very unconvinced of its logical coherency.
Yeah, I mean that is the angle of talking about in a religious text, biblical and all that stuff, talking about the Holy Trinity and all those stuff about existence. That's the thing about we as humans. We keep on trying to explain what we cannot see using our mere words or our mere understanding. So you understand what I'm saying? But what I'm trying to say here is if you even look at okay, look at it through this angle now. Everybody has something in ourselves, like a soul. You understand? We can detect good. Okay, no, not even that. Sir. Let's look at duality, good and evil, right and wrong. You understand? There has to be something behind nothing. You understand? Even mere fact that we are saying that there is no God means that there is a God somewhere. Even as a concept, he has to exist somewhere.
Well, okay,
Even
as
as
a
an
concept, I have
idea.
no issue with saying God's a concept. Harry Potter's a concept. If we talk about Harry Potter, does that infer that Harry Potter exists in reality? No, it refers to Harry Potter existing as a concept. Right? The same sort of way, if we
Hmm,
just reference God or we talk about God, that's referencing a particular concept. It doesn't infer that it's
yeah.
true, that it exists in terms of the creation of material reality.
Now, the reason of me bringing that idea is that I'm trying to let you know that the idea of this God we're talking about, it exists in so many, in so many ways. You understand? Not just as a physical or as a logical, because we don't have the tools to measure. Okay, how do we see? Because I know what you want now is evidence. You want evidence. You want evidence. But we can
I
only
want
just
an
use logic. And our
argument.
logic is
I want an argument. That's
okay.
what I want.
Okay, that one, the one I'm talking about the independent and and the dependent. If this universe is dependent, the universe will never be formed. There need to be something at the beginning that is independent of every other thing to exist.
No, we already
If
went over
not,
this.
we
I
keep
told
on
you that
going forever.
there's no issues with saying that matter is independent. There's also no issues with saying that interdependence can exist.
Yes, but those things are still dependent on something. It's interdependent on what? On something
If
else.
something is independent, it's not dependent on something, right?
It means that there's nothing, it depends on nothing to exist. It depends on nothing. That is where the God factor comes in. The source, the
Yeah,
creator,
yeah. Independence
the
depends on
beginning.
nothing. Okay. So
Yeah,
like if the,
yeah.
yeah, if the matter is independent, what's the issue with saying that's the case in terms of the existence of the universe?
Even the matter, matter still contains atoms and protons and neutrons and all those, inside, which it's in itself still depend on other charges inside it again. It still goes down to infinity. As in quantum physics, it still goes down to infinity. It's not just matter is not
It
just one
doesn't.
thing. It's not just one
It doesn't
thing.
have
It's
to
not
go
it's,
into infinite
it's not one
regression.
thing.
That's what I'm telling you right now.
Yes, so what I'm telling you, see what I'm saying there. See what I'm saying. Everything you can talk about, even from your controller to the human body, is depending on something and it gets smaller and it gets smaller and keep getting smaller and keep getting smaller and keep getting smaller. There needs to be something to say, hey, you stop right here. This is where it ends, and this is where you are coming from. This is the beginning. And that beginning is what people refer to as God.
Okay, does God have to have a beginning then?
It does not. If it has a beginning, if it does not have a beginning,
So
then it's
everything does
not
not
God.
have to have a beginning, right? Everything doesn't have to have a beginning, correct?
No. It's only one thing that does not have a beginning, which is God. Every other thing has a
Okay, how do you
beginning.
know how do you know that the universe has a beginning?
How do we know? Science has proven to us now. So many they said maybe 13
Wait, no,
million
they
or
have
how many
not proven
billion.
that. Not true. Not
Yeah,
true.
yeah. I'm just
Science has
it's an
just
explanation.
looked at the universe and they've said the Big Bang being there, right, existing, right, that being an explanation of the expansion of the universe doesn't infer a beginning. What it actually infers is that there is a change in the context of existence. That's all. That's all that it's inferring. Some people believe that there's a beginning, but it doesn't infer a beginning.
Yeah, but it's still a tool. You know, it's still science that we can still use to explain these things. You understand? The mere fact that we've not gotten to that point, you will still get to that point. Science keeps on growing. You understand? But we will never find out this debate with God. Does he really? Would they be a proof? You can't really say it because you are using scientific tools to explain the unseen. Like I was watching one video. They
Yeah,
said
I'm
they
not.
have
I'm not
three
even
things.
bringing up science right now, sir. I'm literally not even bringing up science. I'm asking you for like a rational argument.
Okay, but okay. Do you believe in evil?
Do I believe in evil?
Yeah.
Thank you for the hand chart. I appreciate it. I think evil, at least in the context of me, is going to be what I'm describing as like against my preferences, right? In terms of morality, because I'm a moral particularist.
Okay, but why I'm asking is because if you believe that there is evil, or if you know there is evil, or if you perceive evil, or for example now, if I say they throw a child to burning fire, how do you perceive that? Do you perceive that as a good thing or a bad thing?
I perceive that as a bad thing, right? According to my psychological preferences, I think that's bad.
Yeah. So even as a psychological aspect, you see, you know it's bad. So you understand. So
Well,
by
I can
that
still
you
consider things
understand
bad. I just think objective morality is incoherent.
okay, what do you mean by objective morality? Let me understand what you mean by that. What you say? Explain what you mean by that. Yes,
Yeah, I would just need an argument for how morality here we would be considering it as objective, right? Because at least to me, the way I'm describing morality right now is that it's an expression of our psychological preferences. So that the truth of these claims are necessarily dependent upon the mind, the stance of the desires of the individual that they're expressed. And so can you explain to me how this process is necessarily independent of that? Independent of the mind, attitudes, or desires?
Location updated. Capture the hard
yeah.
point.
So what I'm trying to explain here about the morality and the good and evil here, the mere fact that we have good and evil, right and wrong, you understand? It tells you that there is something within us, you understand, which is the soul. I know you don't believe in that, or do
No,
you
it
believe in
doesn't.
it?
Why does it entail that I hold that view?
What do you say?
Why does it entail that I hold that view?
Because I know everyone has something inside them, like a compass that tells them what you understand what I'm saying, and you don't have
Yeah,
enough
just
time.
that'd be my psychological preferences due to empathy, rationality, like my intelligence levels, my desires, right? So how are we gonna say that's independent of my mind, desires, or attitudes? Thank you for the chasing the moon. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Secure the target area.
No, me, I just feel if you look at it from that angle, then what about people that are serial killers and don't have any form of empathy towards people? What will you think about this serial killer that killed in America?
Yeah,
How do you?
descriptively
They
speaking,
don't
they
have.
might not feel like it's bad, but that's just a descriptive statement. That's not a normative judgment. Because they descriptively feel like that's the case wouldn't imply that it's true, right? At least in the context of my position. All we're talking about here is descriptives.
Okay. So now let's head back to the God argument. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so do you believe that there is a beginning?
I don't know if there's a beginning.
Hard point relocating. Stand by.
Okay. So from your knowledge and your research and what you've been doing so far, do you have any reason to believe
Target
that
area updated.
this
Move
world
to the
came
hard
from
point.
something, or you as a person, as a human being or as a Homo sapien, you came from something, maybe through the eyes of
I
evolution
think it's
or through
logically
the eyes of
possible.
something. Okay, so that means you believe
Yes,
that
so like the
there is
the
there
Kalam
is
cosmological argument, right? Like we could say everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause. You could say that that would be logically possible, right? But there's issues with that in terms of saying we don't know if there was a beginning to the universe. So there's like, but we can also describe it outside of the context of a god, and that cause, yeah, it doesn't have to be God.
Enemy precision airstrike. Find
Yeah,
cover.
Yeah, well, is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
talking about the name God. As you're talking about the name God, that's where I'm just getting the issues with, because where if you put it in a religious context, that is to me, I think like another debate for another time, because the God concept is just a perspective. There are so many ways, so many religions, and nobody is entirely correct. You understand? It's just incomplete. So it is everybody's views and talent that can now really fully give us the full description. Nobody's neither right
Wait.
or wrong in that aspect because of the name of the name God.
So nobody's correct.
Nobody is entirely correct, because some books will tell
So
you
you're not correct?
he created the world. No, relax. Let me just get to my point. What I'm saying here is, some books will tell you, like a book in Mali will tell you a being got pregnant and vomited the 9 planets. Some say he made it in 7 days. Some believe in so many gods, the Hindus and whatever. You understand? All these stories of Noah's Ark or whatever, you can see them in so many stories. You call God Allah in another religion and another name in another religion. You understand? All these stories is still pointing to one direction, but they did not all give the complete. That was it. It's just incomplete. Nobody is right or wrong. It's just incomplete. So the theory of talking about God in a religious text, it is a different topic to me. That's why I said let's just call it source, because by calling it source, we can now say, okay, this is a beginning, or we can say this is a creator, or this is a design. You understand? Because just by the mere Earth being 1 centimeter towards the sun or apart from the sun, there can be so much disaster. Things don't just get placed by accident in that kind of universal scale. You understand? So if it's from the angle of the religion, I can still say, okay, you are right in your way, because people are still looking for the left and the right till now. You understand? People keep on debating this thing till forever to overcome. But if you can see it from this angle, okay, let us just remove the name God and call it something different. You would now understand that it's not really about the belief or about faith or about what's in your mind, but just look at the universe. You cannot just, like now, I can stay from here and look at the world around me. Even from the plants that you can see, you know that this is God in existence now. Just from plants, the way the leaf is structured, you can tell you. No one even tell you. You understand? So, that's just the way I just.
No, I
I
definitely
just believe
don't.
that.
Definitely don't. I think we've gone over the same point a million times, though. Like, I don't think that we can just look at the
Yeah.
universe and know that it's designed, because if you're implying that everything within the universe is designed, you can't compare it to something that is not designed in order to determine that it's designed in the first place. Right? So again, how are we going to conclude here that it's designed just by looking at the universe?
I just told you this one already now. The theory of the dependence, you understand? Because
No, we went
if
over that
there's
and you
no
didn't
if there's
respond to my
concept,
argument. So, I
yeah,
mean, I don't think that we can go
what was it?
anywhere if you don't
What was
respond to
it?
the positions that I held
Okay,
as a
okay.
response to the
Let
argument.
me maybe I didn't hear what you said. Maybe you can just tell me again. What was your
Yeah,
argument?
so I don't have an issue with saying that matter can be independent. I also don't have an issue with saying that interdependence can exist.
Yeah, but when you say interdependent, what do you mean? It's still a dependent on something now. The two of them has to
Yeah,
come
I would say
together now.
things are necessarily dependent upon each other to function, right? If they've always necessarily existed and they're dependent upon each other in order to exist, I don't necessarily see the issue here, right? Like again, like for example, right, my brain and my heart, right, depend upon each other in order to produce life. Okay. Right. Given the
Of
fact that
course.
that's the case, they're interdependent.
Yeah, but I'm talking about your existence here. It depends on something else. Like your existence, the universe existence depends on something else. And if that keeps going forever, there will be no existence. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
It doesn't need to keep going forever. That's what I'm telling you. Right? And I gave you two alternatives to show that it doesn't have to.
Well, I guess maybe you aren't seeing it from my perspective, but because even your theory of interdependence is still a dependent factor. You understand?
Yeah,
So
can you describe to me
there
the
is
issue?
no
What's the
my
logical
the
issue of
issue that
holding that
I'm
position that things
telling.
can be interdependent?
interdependence just means two dependent things coming together. Am I wrong?
It means that two things are necessarily dependent upon each other,
Yeah, that they
right?
need each
For
other
a particular
to
function.
exist now. Okay, can
Hmm?
we give like an example of can we give like an example of an interdependent something?
Dude, I think I've showed you this like 3 or 4 times, dude. The brain and the heart, right? They both necessarily require each other in order to produce life.
Okay. So now the brain and the heart, fine, they are interdependent, but they still depend on the cells that are within them for them to function. The cells, the muscles that are within them to function, which the muscles
Ye-
still depend on oxygen to function,
Dude,
which the
the
oxygen
cells
still
are a
depends
part
on
of the
the
process
glucose.
that we're referring to, dude. They're a part of the
Do you get
process of
what I'm
life,
saying?
right? So, yeah,
So
those would be able
even
to
like
exist,
yeah,
right? Given the fact that there is life occurring within the context of the brain and heart, right? Blood being pumped through the body, right? We're just referring to multiple different faculties that necessarily depend upon each other in order to produce a desired function, right? Well, I mean, our
yeah,
desired function because we exist, but the desired function wouldn't necessarily be considered as desired given the context of nature necessarily, because
yeah, it's
nature
just
doesn't
like
desire.
saying
Thank you for the
your
little crown.
controller now. You're like saying your controller now. You depend on box and X to cut or to pass, but you're neglecting the fact that you still need to on the game or press to turn on the game or to have light before you even begin to even hold the pad in the first place. You understand? What I'm telling you is that if there is not a beginning to start, if someone does not press the game to come on, you will not be playing the game. You will not be having time to cut. You will be playing your football. Something needs to start it. Being whether interdependency or not, brain or matter or whatever part of the body it is, something still needs to control the life that we are living or the very existence that we are living. Something needs to still start it and will still end it.
Okay, man.
And
I
that's
think
now
I
that
think
is
we're
the
just going to be
actual
invoking
end.
the same argument over and over again. I don't think we're going to get anywhere with this. So I do appreciate you coming on, man. It was good talking to you. Thank you so much.
All right, all right, all right, all right.
Have a great day. All right, I'm going to go to the next person. If you like the content, follow me. If you haven't already, tap the screen. If you want to see some more debates, let's try to get to 300K likes real quick. We'll send out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. We got another 2 hours left on the live, so if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. By the way, everyone, I will be on later today, probably. Oh, thank you so much for the shiny air balloon. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Matt. Also, thank you for the roses. I appreciate Litigious. Thank you so much. We will be doing live battle later on today at 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So here in about 3 hours, me and AJ will be live battling, just letting y'all know. On my second account, Peter Parker get a job. So, by the way, we got 2 more hours left on this, and then I'll probably have like a break of like 30 minutes to an hour, or 30 minutes, or like 15 minutes or something like that. I'll go on my third account just to like talk to chat before at 10 o'clock we end up doing the live battle tonight. So definitely make sure to look out for that if you do like that. But yeah, let me go on to the next person, everyone. I appreciate everyone so far. Yeah, have a good night. Have a good night, Matt. I appreciate you. All right. Thank you so much for the cap. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's get blessed. Thank you, Litigious. I appreciate the roses. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
For sure. Do you believe in God?
Yes, I do. Hold on.
Why so?
Can you turn? Hold on. Let me see if I can turn my camera. All right, cool. So,
Thank you for the cap, Kelly.
I would just say I believe in God just because of like my own experiences in life and things like that. But like I'm kind of not on here to try to like prove to you that God exists because I know that is like a tough task, and I believe that proving to someone that God exists, they have to be willing to accept it. They have to be in that point in their life in which like they're truly willing to like search for that purpose. You know what I'm saying? Because like one of like the main themes in the Bible is like seek and ye shall find. So I think that like to find God, you have to actually seek him. Like, so I wanted to ask you that question. Like, have you ever like been in a point in your life where you were truly seeking God?
Yeah, I am currently still. I mean, I've prayed multiple times for some type of God to like express the fact that they exist to me. I haven't necessarily heard anything in response, but
Okay.
I have tried multiple times.
Okay. And I think that makes a lot of sense. But like, you've done the praying part, but like, have you ever like opened your Bible and and like actually read it and tried to understand it, tried to interpret it, tried to, search for understanding, search for discernment, and like I don't know, like what's the word I'm looking for? Well, I'll just
Yeah,
let
so
you
I
answer
would
that.
say I've done this throughout the context of my life. I grew
Hmm.
up Christian, so like a lot of my childhood was spent within Sunday school or within church, necessarily doing that, along with the fact that I have read scriptures outside of that even after to necessarily make sense of them. The Bible hasn't necessarily allowed me to make sense of that. I've learned a lot more from like the types of arguments that we'd imply in terms of these particular gods than I have necessarily from like reading the Bible, right? As the Bible can be interpreted in so many different ways that it's extremely hard to identify, right, what it's necessarily referring to.
Okay, and I would agree with you 110% on that. Like the Bible is definitely hard to understand. Like I still have my own inconsistencies. I still fall into sin sometimes. But one of the main themes of the Bible is understanding that you can repent, you can turn from your ways, and you can find God in that. So I would say like in the most part, like I grew up Christian as well, but I still have my doubts for most of my life. But I think that another key part is understanding that for following God, you have to submit yourselves to Him 110%. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to be willing to give your life to Him. Like that's part of it. Like Jesus died on the cross for us, and then we live our lives for that purpose, right? Because I think that like when Jesus was born and He lived His life and He was crucified, that was the ultimate showing of love. That is what love truly is. Like in the Bible, it also talks about that love it. What greater showing of love than a man to lay down his life for his brother or sister or whoever it might be, but to lay his life down for another. You know what I'm saying? Is a great showing of love. So it also talks about like God is love, and I also heard you like touch on that a little bit, but you feel like love is like what chemical reactions? I think you said.
Yeah, love's absolutely a chemical reaction.
Right. So in terms of like just looking, would you say that you can tell that someone like loves someone?
Yeah, you can tell in some ways, yeah.
So
You might be able to be deceived, but you can generally tell.
yeah, and I agree with that. So I think that again, part of seeking and ye shall find, and seeking understanding is understanding that you can be deceived. It talks about that too. Like there's going to be false prophets, and then there's going to be actual like Christ. There's going to be actually this second coming of God, right? So what we'll understand in that is like if we get into our Bibles and we pray more and we truly seek out, we'll be able to have the discernment to know if this is a false prophet or this is God, right? And I also
Yeah,
like
I don't think that allows us to discern that. I think that just allows us to necessarily like hope to, right? I don't think that you actually can discern between necessarily like what's true or what's not there. It's just going to be based upon your necessarily like your interpretation, right?
yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. I think and I'm gonna say this, and it might sound crazy. I think you appeal to logic a lot, which makes sense because like logically we have to think logic, like logical basis are our thought process, right? But it's hard to logically explain God existing, right? Especially the fact that like you know we can't necessarily see Him, and as humans, that's our biggest thing is we want to see things, we want sight. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Oh,
how we.
I don't care. I don't care about that honestly. Like I know that bachelors are unmarried men because the definition of a bachelor is an unmarried man. So every single bachelor I meet is an unmarried man. I know that without actually having to meet a bachelor, right? Or know someone in real life. So I think that we can deduce, right, or use reason to determine like facts about reality. But I don't think that we should just rely upon, oh, we can't see it, therefore it doesn't exist. I would never make that argument.
Oh yeah, yeah. I agree. I agree with you on that. But I think that like, when we're explaining like something of the supernatural sense, like logically as humans, it's going to be hard for us to encompass what God truly is, right? Wouldn't you agree that like that God's mind would be too
It shouldn't
complex?
go outside of logic. No, it shouldn't go outside of logic. There might be like perceptual issues in terms of interpretation and broader things like that, but right, there's not going to be an issue in terms of like logic that we'd want to identify from this context, because logic is, or at least in the reference that I'm doing so right now in terms of the law of identity, is just going to refer to things being themselves, right? So
Mhm.
I don't think that we would either make the claim that Like, for example, like a triangle can be 10 sides. I don't think we would make the claim that I can exist and not exist at the same time. I think that these things would be incoherent, and that's when we use logic. So if we're going to do it
And
within that context, then we ought to apply logic within all scenarios.
yeah. So all I'm kind of trying to say is like, because I think you kind of cut me off there, but I definitely get that you were trying to prove your point in that. But like, wouldn't you think that like, if God is all powerful, all knowing, and all good, that like there would be some things that we wouldn't be able to understand? Like I just
No,
like
not at all.
I no listen. I know like what you're trying to do, like the logic you're trying to appeal to, and I'm not trying to put you in a box or anything like that. Like I think that you're a really smart dude, and I also was just kind of reading this because I felt like it was good. But it talks in the Bible about God will destroy the wisdom of the wise, and He will frustrate the intelligent. So I think that one of the biggest things is understanding that you can be the smartest person in the world and still not know God. You can still achieve a lot of things in this world apart from knowing God, but there will be certain things that you miss out on, right? So I think that in the instance in which God gave us free will, the free will is to simply choose like what you think that is best for you. Do you think that God wants what's best for you, or do you think that you can create your own reality, that you can lead yourself better than God can lead you, right? And I think that that's what we fall into because
That's not it is. No. Um, God's all knowing, all powerful, right?
yeah,
So God knows exactly what would convince us of God's existence and get us to understand God.
absolutely.
So it is possible for us to understand God. So
It's,
if we can't
it's
understand God, given the use of our
can I
reason, logic, things like that, right, then that would likely entail that God doesn't want us to know if a God would exist. That
I
is all
won't
knowing, all
but
powerful.
so in the free will part of it, it's not that God doesn't want us to know, it's that we have to put forth the effort to know him, right? So it's an understanding that it is up to us to choose. That's what the free will side of it is, right? Isn't free will like choice? Wouldn't you agree with that?
Free will is the ability to determine otherwise without impediment by another actor,
But
right? But I mean,
doesn't
what's
free
up?
will appeal to choice though? Wouldn't you say? Wouldn't you agree
Well,
with
that
that?
would be a choice we probably define as the ability to determine otherwise, uh,
Yeah,
generally
to
speaking.
the
But
ability.
then, like, also, right, just because you have a choice doesn't mean it's consensual. Like, for example, if someone puts a gun to your head and says, uh, like, say, do this sexual act or I'm going to unalive you, right? That's that you have a choice between those two things, right? But
Yeah,
it's coercive. So we wouldn't say that you necessarily had the free will to engage in that action.
I
Why?
would
Because
just
there's impediment by another actor.
right. I definitely think that there's another factor in that, but I would say this. So if somebody had a gun to my head, right, and they was like, I want you to say that you don't believe in God, or I'm going to alive you, as you said, I would stick to the fact that I believe in God, right? Because I know that that's more
Wait, that doesn't
important.
have any relevance. We're just determining what free will is. I was just describing to you. That was
Oh,
just an
so
analogy,
we'll go back to
so
like
you could
free.
understand.
Yeah. So you said that free will was the choice to like basically determine otherwise or something to that effect, right?
Yeah, determine otherwise without impediment by another actor, right? Like without
Okay,
another actor stopping you from being able to choose otherwise.
right. So I think that that appeals to choice, and I think that really in our lives, like we can choose to get instant gratification, right? In this world, like instant
Sometimes.
in the sense of like, maybe you're doing something sexual with somebody and it gives you this sexual release in which you are happy at one point, but then it kind of fades away. So we want the instant gratification. We want um, to feel this need. We want this to be fulfilled now instead of maybe the journey that comes with it. So I mean, if you prayed for something, like you pray for God to reveal himself to you, you would want that to happen right then and there. So you knew right then, you didn't have to go no more days without knowing him. And would I be correct to assume that?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I can understand that things might take time sometimes
Yeah.
and
No,
whatnot.
I agree that you can accept the fact that things will take time. But would you say that if you prayed for something, like of course, like whenever he wanted to reveal it to you, you would be accepting of it. But wouldn't if you prayed for something, wouldn't you want it to happen right then? If you could say if you had the choice to choose, wouldn't you want it to happen right then?
Sure. If that made the most sense.
that made the most sense. I feel like he was just all right. Yeah, but
You feel like I've already thought about this before? Because I have, yeah.
nah, I don't feel like you already thought about it before. I just kind of feel like, you know, you're kind of dancing around just saying yes because like
Let me see.
in life that's just like one of the things is like
And
if I could have $1 million
take your
right now
gun.
instead
Yeah,
of going through
your
the
main
process, I
gun
would
is
just
gonna
take
have
$1
to be a
million right
sniper,
now.
and you gotta run like a.
You know, and if I could just ask
Obviously.
things and they would just come to me right then, that would be when I wanted it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if it made the most sense to happen at a later date, right? Like if me learning today then led something else bad to happen, well then it wouldn't make sense to happen then. It would make more sense to happen later on, even though I necessarily asked at that particular point. Right? So whatever we necessarily desire can be different based upon the perspective. And what I'm taking into account is that if a God would exist, the perspective would be different. Right? So it could make sense to happen in one scenario over another one, which I wouldn't necessarily be able to identify from my perspective. Right, so I'm taking into account that like there could be things that could be conflicting my ability to understand things, right? But it's not going to apply across the board, especially if we're already positing particular understandings of God. Like within the context of religion, we understand the particular characteristics that God has, and that's going to entail other things to happen, right? The same way if a bachelor is defined as an unmarried man, right? That's an entailment, right?
Yeah.
That all bachelors are unmarried men.
Right. But I get what you like again, I get what you're saying, but I think that it's just different in terms of what happens here on earth and then like supernatural events, like things that happen with God. Like I think all things, you know, kind of happen around God, but you know, it's also free will though. So I also heard you like, so I just kind of like wanted to touch on a few things since I don't think that I can prove to you that God exists because I think it's something that you have to seek out for yourself and you have to seek it with all your heart, right? But I also heard you kind of talk about faith and how you kind of like, didn't you kind of say that you don't think you should have faith in it? I don't want to just like.
I don't think you should hold beliefs without justification.
Right, and then define faith. Real quick, because I kind of.
Yeah, so the way I'm referencing faith in this connotation is belief without evidence. I don't think you should hold beliefs without evidence within the context of, say, God existing.
Okay. So only in that context then?
Generally speaking, a belief in relation to morality is just going to apply to the claim about your psychological preferences. So, I mean, that would be the evidence of your psychological preferences. So, I mean, you could say in any scenario necessarily you'd require evidence or whatnot.
Okay, so I'll just ask.
Or reason to believe.
Yeah, so without reason to believe. So I'll just ask you, like, so what do you want to be in your life? This would just be like a question.
In what connotation? Like,
Like
in terms of like a father, or like be in terms of career?
Like when it, like, not necessarily like millionaire, but do you want to be a doctor? Do you want to be like, what do you want to be like? What are you not right now that you want to be?
A father someday.
A father someday. So do you think that you can become a father?
Yeah, absolutely. Given my knowledge right now, I'm likely to be fertile.
Right. So wouldn't you say that like that belief, like you don't have any necessarily like you don't have any belief, like you don't have any proof that you can become a father. You get what I'm saying? Like it's something that's gonna happen like down the road because you're not a father now and you don't have any proof that you can be a father until you become a father, right? Wouldn't you say that?
I would say I have reason to believe that it's very likely that I can be a father, given the fact that I know that statistically speaking, most people are fertile. Right. Like for example, right, if someone makes a claim to me that they had cereal this morning, right, the statistical probability of that is pretty high. So, I'm going to say that I'm going to likely think that's true because of the statistical probability. The same sort of way I would do that with this connotation.
Right. So you're saying with the reason to believe. So you wouldn't say that there's reason to believe that there is a God, though?
I would say that there's like there could be, right, but it depends on like the particular definition of God that you're referencing. I wouldn't say there's a reason to believe in an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good God. At least I'm unconvinced there is a reason.
Mm-hmm. But is there a reason to believe that there is a creator? Right? Wouldn't you say that?
Yeah, I could say there is. Yeah, like the Kalam cosmological argument. If we were to presuppose the universe has a beginning, that could necessarily entail that there's a coherent explanation in terms of saying like a deist God created the universe, just like a mind that necessarily led to the universe existing,
Why can't there?
not necessarily the properties of like a triomni God.
Yeah. So why not the triumph?
Yeah. So for example, right,
Yeah.
we'd have to posit that since that God is all knowing, all powerful, all good, that everything God does is good. So,
Right.
can I just ask you a question? Do you think that, say, me stubbing my toe is a necessary pain for me to understand heaven or understand some ultimate good?
I don't think it's for you to understand heaven, but I think that it is something that needs to be, I would say.
Oh, so it's necessary suffering, right? So would you say that the Holocaust was necessary in order for us to be able to reach some ultimate good?
What I think. Say that again.
Was the Holocaust a necessary condition for us to reach some ultimate good? Did it have to happen?
Did it have to happen? I don't think that it had to happen. No. I don't think
Oh,
a
you
lot.
don't think so?
Can I just finish this real
Okay.
quick?
Yeah.
I don't think that a lot of things have to happen, but I think that they happen because of free will. So I don't think that like God is saying that this is
Is
exactly.
free will necessary then?
Can I just finish this though? All right, so I'm just saying I don't think that a lot of things necessarily have to happen, but I think that they happen because of free will. So I think that when God created the earth, like, and again, I'm not God, so I can't give you everything, and I don't know everything because I know that in the Bible it says that, you know, His ways are apart from my ways, and my thoughts are not His thoughts. So His thoughts are above mine because He's all powerful, He's all knowing, and you know He does know right from wrong, and He has that discernment, and He sees all things in an instance, right? So I do think that like God created things in which like it would reveal to us what is going on. So like the stubbing of your toe reveals to me that maybe I'm just doing things too fast. Maybe I'm just moving too fast and I'm not focused on what I need to do. So it's like if I'm in a rush, I might stub my toe. 9 times out of 10, if I'm gonna stub my toe, it's not when I'm paying attention to what I really need to be paying attention to, which is getting from point A to point B, wherever I may be going, right? So I think that God teaches us patience in that. And God reveals to us a lot of things in which happen in the way that we live our lives, right? So like bad things happen and it shows us like, look, you can choose that bad route or you can choose the right route, right? I don't think that like, I think some things are necessary for our learning curve. But I won't say that all things, you know, were necessary, right? But I think that God made the earth and He made the things happen intricately and with complexity, right? In which like it might be hard to understand, but if you seek the knowledge, you can understand why and a lot of the things that
So you don't think all suffering is necessary?
I don't think all suffering is necessary. Can I just think about that for a second? All suffering.
Friendly airstrike on the way.
You know, I'm gonna just go ahead and say this. So with my belief in God, I would kind of say that all suffering is necessary in the sense of, so I'll say it like this. So it's a scripture in the Bible that I go to a lot, which is Romans 8:28, and it says that all things will be worked out and used for the good for those who glorify and call on the name of the Lord, that have accepted Him into their lives, right? So what I get from that is bad things can happen, right? And we perceive it to be bad because it's kind of like what you said, it's against our preference. It's our own vantage points in which we can consider it to be bad, or we can consider it to be used for our own elevation or our own growth. So I don't know if you've ever heard this, but like I there's a bunch of viral videos. Every time I see it, it's a viral video. So they talk about like, you know, I prayed for strength and God gave me a hard time, you know, to reveal to me that I can be strong in this moment. So I think that like certain things can happen. Like I'll give you this like little example. So I believe that it can be 2 instances, right? Because this has happened to me before. So I've been cussed out before, right? And I got mad and I cussed back, right? But in a different instance, I got cussed out and I chose not to cuss back, not to be necessarily a slave to my emotions, not to let it affect me in the ways I used to, right? So they cussed me out. I didn't like what they said. They called me the B word, and I didn't like it. Right? So I let it affect me, and I let it control me, in which I responded back with anger. But in another instance, the same thing happened, and I didn't respond with anger. I chose patience instead. And I think a lot of the things that happen in life show you that there is a choice, right? I think that that's what's revealed in life. So I think a lot of things are revealed in life. So I would say that, like, most things, I would say that, like, and I can't just apply wholeheartedly to something because, you know, I'm another person that, you know, I like proof in a lot of things, and I like reason to believe, like you touched on. So I won't say in terms of everything, like, that, you know, everything necessarily happens for a reason, but I do kind of believe it as well. So it's kind of like you could call that a contradiction in me, but I think that it's also like me just not knowing everything. Like, I'm not knowledgeable on everything, right? But I just think that, like, sometimes, like, you know, I have to seek more and I'll find more.
Okay, do you think God has free will?
Do I think that God has free will?
Yeah.
Considering that he's all powerful, yeah, definitely consider God to have free will, for sure.
Can God do evil?
I would say that God could do evil, but God wouldn't do evil, right? So I would say that he definitely has.
God can do it, just chooses not to. Okay, that's fine.
Right.
Okay, so
Anyway,
yeah,
can I just finish this? Just the same way as, you know, Jesus was put on earth, and he lived out his life, and he could have chosen. He could have fell into temptation when the devil was tempting him, right? But he didn't. So I would say he definitely has a choice, but it's not God, right? God would never.
God doesn't fall to temptations.
Yeah, right. I
Do
wouldn't
you
even
know?
say.
Do you know that?
Mission accomplished. Lack a
What'd you
job.
say?
I said I wouldn't even say that anything could tempt the omniscient or God. You know, God apart
Yeah,
from,
so that's actually happened in the past before. I'm blanking on the particular name, but there was a story within the Bible where the devil actually went up to God and was telling
Yeah.
him to test the faith.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I was talking about right before, and like that's a little bit of the thing that I couldn't really,
Job. Yeah.
couldn't really, like, circle, but yes, Jesus, you know, God in human form, right? And that's why I was kind of trying to make that separation. I don't know if you peeped it in which I was trying to say that, like, you know, God, you know, apart from the world, but, you know, God is in the world, God is everywhere. But yes, I actually just touched on that, and the fact that, you know, Jesus, when he was on earth, he was tempted. You know what I'm saying? He was tempted to eat. Like, why don't you tell your God to give you food, or I don't know the exact scripture and exactly but he was definitely tempted. I do agree with you on that one. Yeah.
So God was tempted.
Yeah.
So I thought you just said that God can't be tempted.
Yeah, I said I would say that I wouldn't even consider God to be able to be tempted, but then that's just another thing in which, like, I just don't have enough understanding about, right? So again, like I said, I'm not.
That's a contradiction, right? Because you're saying
Yeah,
that God can't be tempted. Yeah, I think that,
right,
but then there's a
right,
story within the Bible that says that
right,
God has been tempted.
right. Yeah, Jesus was tempted for sure. Yeah, God in human form was tempted. Right.
Wait. So why is God different in human form than without human form?
Why would you say that a human would? What do you mean?
Yeah, like what about the
Would
human form means that God would then be tempted?
So, okay, I seen you touched on, like, the triumph. I don't know how you put it, but, you know, the Holy Trinity. I would say that those are. I've heard it be explained as three different personalities. I've heard it being explained as, like, three different things. But, you know, there was Jesus, God in human form, and then there's, you know, God the Father, right? So it's like Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, right? I would say that the Holy Ghost is
This story is
different
about the Father, not Jesus.
What story is about the Father?
The story about Job.
So
this is about God. Like Satan came up to God.
Okay, yeah. Explain to me what happened in Job then, so that I can have.
So essentially, Satan went up to Job, or went up to God, to, like, literally try to get God to test Job's faith. Why? Because God was necessarily talking about how Job was super faithful and whatnot. So basically, what the devil tried to do was to get God to take away, kill off his children, give him an illness, things like that, to test to see if he would stay with God. And at the end, he did stay with God. But the thing is, the whole more of the story that I'm referencing is that Satan tempted God to cause suffering to Job that wasn't necessary as well.
So God did tempt him?
God was tempted, right? Deceived
Wait,
by
wait,
the
wait,
devil to then test the faith of what's it called? Test the faith of
So
Job.
he did test his faith?
Yeah, that's why he took away, like, he killed his children, things like that. Or his children died.
Okay. So I wouldn't say that I can't even like really touch on that because I haven't read that part. So like it's just one of those things like that.
No, we can go off, and if you'd like to talk about that offline, we can, of course.
Who, me and you?
Yeah, we can offline if you'd like. If you don't want to talk about it on here.
The conversation, I'm appreciating the time as well. And yes, I would for sure love to talk about that. Like for sure, like I appreciate it. And so like yeah, I just don't have a lot of context on that, so I can't really touch on that. But you know, if you want to talk about it offline, I'm 100% into it. I'm with you. I like it. You know what I'm saying? But I just don't know. And in an instant, I wouldn't even say that like so if my friend tells me to, you know, if my friend tries to get me to do something, like I would say in an instance, sometimes if it's not a temptation, it just might be something that I might want to do, right? Something that like might appeal to me. But then I would also
temptation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't even know the definition necessarily. Like I don't know what word.
I'll pull up one that maybe we can agree on and use. Here,
all right.
Let me find one.
No, I can't kind of tell.
Definition. Temptation definition is just referring to the desire to do something, especially something wrong. Yeah, so
especially something wrong.
Yeah,
okay.
Even in one of these definitions, it says tempting of Jesus by the devil, Matt 4. It literally brings up. That's kind of funny. Yeah,
that's not the.
So it's, what's up?
That's not the same story. That's Jesus instead of the Father. Right?
Yeah, no. I'm just saying it just uses it within the context of the Bible as well.
Just say it one more time. Say it one more time.
Oh yeah, so temptation was just referring to the desire to do something, especially something wrong.
So I would say,
or unwise.
Just the last part of it, it wasn't wrong of God to do something because God does no wrong. So what's wrong of God to do? I would say just
so it wasn't wrong of God to, like, you know, kill off Job's children just to test his faith. Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it, because this makes no sense to me, because God is all-knowing. God literally knew what would happen if God tested Job. So there'd be no reason for God to test Job by killing his kids.
But it's
letting Satan kill his kids, my God.
It's another one of the instances in which it does prove something, it does reveal something to someone else. So not necessarily it reveals something to God, but it reveals something to someone else.
Wait, say that again?
Because then you could get into like the instances of like, you know, a family member dies at a young age, and then you're like, why did God let that happen to me? But sometimes it's like choices, and sometimes it's like other things, and it's outside things, and sometimes it's just free will of someone else. So it's like you can get hit by a drunk driver, and their free will was to drink and drive. And then they ended up colliding, and then this person ended up dying earlier than a lot of people expected.
I understand, but this was directly caused by God. We're literally talking about a separate scenario. I understand the free will. We're talking about the fact that God said there is an okay to the devil for the devil to then do this or test the faith of Job through this, even though God is all-knowing and knew what would happen if God tested him.
Okay,
so there's no reason for God to test him, and then God caused the suffering. So again, there is no reason for the suffering here.
Caused the suffering. But I will say that there's another scripture in the Bible that talks about. So again, I would say it's not bad, because there's another scripture in the Bible that talks about the trying and the testing of your faith. We should find joy, right? And it's like, so, like me.
So we should find joy in the fact that God literally okayed the devil to like take away Job's children and kill them. Thank you for the hand heart. I appreciate it.
Thought though first.
What'd you say?
Can I finish the thought first? Like what I was about to explain.
Yeah, I meant, but like I'm sorry. Like I want you to like respond to at least some of what I'm saying though.
I promise I'll get to your point though.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is in the Bible it talks about the trying and testing of our faith we should find joy in. And off back I read that and I was like, why should I find joy in my struggles and my hardships and the bad times that I perceive to be? And it's like, well, in that time, it proves that I do trust God. It is an instance in which I can choose to trust God. And so I should find joy in that because I get the chance to show God that I trust him, right? So it's like, I'm trying to think. So if something bad happens in your life, like it's a chance for you to either fall to sorrow, feel sorry for yourself, or you can choose to trust that it's going to benefit you in the end. It's going to make your relationship with God stronger, because that's the ultimate goal, is to seek understanding and to meet God, understand more about God, and to obtain heaven. Because I would kind of argue that there's no other purpose to life if there's nothing after death.
You might say intrinsic purpose, but we define our own purposes within the context of our lives. Right? Purpose requires some sort of mind to identify some sort of value or end goal. But
Right.
like again, like what was my original question I just asked you?
About the temptation.
Oh, it was after that, right?
I'm not sure. I'm honestly not. So I thought
Yeah. So this is what I mean. We should probably be responding to the questions, because I honestly, I'm gonna be with you. I don't even remember what my question was. So.
I thought you asked was about the killing of the children, right? That was the last
killing. Okay. Well then, yeah. Why did God necessarily do that and test that? Given the fact that God would have just known that whatever Job would have done anyway. So we don't have to show God what we were gonna do. God already knows, because God's all knowing. So again, why did God need to kill, or I mean not kill? Why did God need to let the devil kill Job's kids? Just to end up giving him kids back again, but like in order to test his faith again, if he already knew.
It's for us.
What do you mean it's for us? What
we
is that
have
going to do
free-
to Job? That doesn't do anything to Job,
But we have free will.
except for test his faith, which again was already known.
No, it does do something for Job. I would argue that it does do something for Job. It makes his relationship stronger with God if he is able to trust in God when his kids are taken away. Because it's a lot of people that I know that do believe in God, and they believe in God, but they don't kind of believe in God. So if you
But he
believe in
had
God,
trust and faith regardless, right? And that's why when he tested him, it was already there.
I would say
So there was no
have,
necessary condition for that.
Can I respond to it? I'm just like, I'm not even trying to like be that type of guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to be respectful, just trying to respond. But I would argue that, again, like the testing and trying of his faith made his relationship with God deeper. So there was good that came out of it. And it's one of those perspectives where you have to find the good. So it's like you can choose to look at it as like, dang, they took my children away. And that is a terrible thing. It's a terrible tragedy. Or you could be like, okay, so my children are taken away from me, but I will still cling to God. This is a terrible thing that happens, and I will not fall into depression because I know who God is, and I know that all things work out for the good for those who glorify and call on the name of the Lord, right? So with that being said, simply put, like, anything can be used for the good for those who glorify and call on the name of God, right? But it takes discernment, it takes understanding, it takes really getting into your word, praying more, and accepting God into your life to be able to perceive something as good that innately our mind and our flesh and our body would consider to be bad. It's not necessarily our preference, but you know what I'm saying? We move for God's purpose if we're living for Him. So I would say that.
So, go ahead.
Okay, I would say that without that testament, his faith wouldn't be as strong. So it's like, let's say, like you said, God knew that was going to happen, right? But without Job actually going through it, he doesn't grasp the level of strength and faith that he grasps by going through the actual action.
Yeah, wait, why do we need a distinction between faith in here? Yo, thank you so much for the whale diving. I appreciate it. Like, yeah, why would the distinction between faith be necessary here? Why is, yeah, good point.
Because So, okay, I'll give you this example. So I know some people who say that they believe in God, but I heard a girl say this verbatim. She said, I believe in God, but if God were to take my brother away from me, I could never believe in him. Right? So it's like a little bit of faith that you have that God exists, but if God were to take something that you desire so much away from you, then you give up on believing in God in general, because you're like, why would God do that to me? Knowing that God knows who I am, but God gives us free will, so sometimes people will be taken away,
You see, but God knew Job wouldn't have turned away anyway. So God knew Job's faith was strong enough to stay regardless of what occurred. So since it was already strong enough to stay, why was increasing it a necessary condition for him to have faith?
It's okay, so you're saying God knew that it was going to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
But through the actual experience is what grew the faith. Right?
Yeah. Well, why was the growing of the faith necessary? Because the faith was already strong enough to stay there regardless. Because the argument you just provided was that, if the faith isn't strong enough, it will go away. But again, the faith was already strong enough that it wouldn't go away. Therefore, why was the increase necessary?
The faith increased through the experience. It's the same thing as if, I know that if I lift weights and I stay diligent, my muscle will grow. But my muscle won't grow if I don't do the action. You see what I'm saying?
I understand, but there would be no point of making your muscle bigger if you're already strong enough to pick up what your goal was. Right? If you only were meant to get up to this goal, right, and you already reach it, there's no point to continue. Right? You've already hit the goal.
What's the goal in this sense then?
Yeah, if you would reach the goal and then you would just stay at that point forever, this is what we're referencing in terms of, like, you reach this point, you have this faith, and then you stay there forever, right? Well, then that's gonna imply that, again, right, like the same thing that I said here. So just him having an increase in faith isn't actually justified in this scenario. Thank you for that, Hydro Islam, I appreciate it, because he already had strong enough faith that would stay around regardless of the scenario that occurred.
It had to grow, though. That's what I'm trying to say. So,
wait, for what? Why did it have to grow?
Because that's part of the purpose. A part of the purpose in seeking God and living for God is to get closer to Him, to grow in your relationship. It's the same way, like, if you have a girlfriend that you love, it's no such thing to me. It's no such thing to, like, a real follower of God as enough. Like, I've done enough for God today. I can always do more. I can always grow in my relationship with God. I can always become closer to my friend. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, you can get closer to your friend, right? But again, this has no relevance to the conversation we're having here.
Relevance because it has relevance into what my purpose is for devoting my life to Christ. Like, I grow in my relationship with Christ. I grow in my faith with Christ. It is a growth that never ends. There's no ceiling if I'm operating with God. There are no limitations operating with God. So I'm saying,
again, this isn't responding to my original claim.
I did respond to your original claim. I promise I did.
No, you didn't. You didn't tell me why it was a necessary condition for there to be faith, for there to be, like, a relationship that exists there.
Hold on. Repeat the question again, because
the end goal is a relationship, right? Right. The faith.
No. The end goal is not a relationship.
To have strong faith.
The end goal is to grow your relationship with Christ.
Yeah, to grow your relationship with Christ. Yeah.
It is.
Why is that the end goal here?
Look, it's a continuing expectation, because it's like, all right, so I met you today, right? So we have some sort of relationship, right? Wouldn't you say? Just through meeting each other, there's some sort of relationship here, right?
Sure.
Right. So if there's some sort of relationship here, I don't want it, like, in terms of with God, I don't want it to end here. That should not be my end goal, is just to meet you. My end goal is something that continues to go up, because I want to meet you and I want to know you more. I want to get to know you more intimately. I want to trust you.
I already took this into account. Job had strong enough faith where he wouldn't have left regardless of what occurred. We've already established that he had strong enough faith to ensure that relationship. You're inferring that if the faith isn't strong enough, then there wouldn't be a relationship there. It can continue. And what I'm inferring here is that there would be a relationship that can continue regardless of whether or not God allowed for the devil to take Job's children away. So what I'm arguing is that Job's children being taken away in terms of dying, right, was not a necessary action, right, in order to ensure the strength of this relationship.
It was not a necessary action to ensure the strength of this relationship. It was a necessary action in terms of his faith actually growing, though, because without the experience, his relationship doesn't grow. His faith doesn't grow without the experience. So you have to go through something to actually grow. Wouldn't you agree that you actually have to do something to like make progress?
Yeah, I would agree. You have to do things to make progress. But what I'm arguing here is that there's no reason why that would be the case, given your view. All that's being outlined is that they desire like the strong relationship that doesn't go away. And you've inferred this multiple times when you say that the faith wasn't strong enough that it was then able to go away in terms of the relationship.
So exactly. So the so like the faith has to grow. It has to. You have to like. This is another thing. It's like in a friendship, you'll never know if that friend is ride or die for you unless you get into a situation in which it appeals to a situation that y'all have to get through it together. It's like something where it's
unless
really.
you're all knowing.
You know what I'm saying?
Unless you're all knowing. So God already knows. So there's no reason for God to go through any of those experiences if God already knows.
It's not about God's not the one going through the experience. It's us. We have to go through the experience to choose God. We have to, again, we have free will, we have free choice. So we have to go through these instances in which we can choose God or we cannot choose God.
Job already chose God. That's the point that I'm making. And the reason why this keeps going in a circle is because I'm telling you that Job already chose God. Job already has the strong relationship that exists. That's the ultimate purpose of what God's looking for with creation and with God. Therefore, since it's already attained, the taking away of like Job's children to test him is an unnecessary action, not only because God knew it, but also because the faith and the strength of relationship was already there. God already knew that Job would have done that regardless. Job would have stayed regardless. Job would have had faith regardless.
It's one of those instances in which you choose God every day. God is not a choice that just happens today and you don't choose him tomorrow. You choose God in everything that you do. So like in life, like, I deal with like, things that sins that I fall into, but I repent from those and I have to choose God every day. Like, what's to say a beautiful woman comes up to me and then she's like, she wants to have sex. I have to choose God again to say no, because I know that being sexual, the sexual immorality is wrong. Like sex before marriage is wrong. So I have to choose him in that instance. I have to choose him again and again and again. I have to choose God every day. Every day I have to deny my flesh. I have to deny my own desires. That's why, like you touched on your own preferences, making things good and stuff like that. I have to deny my own desires and take up my cross and walk for God. I have to walk in my faith, And I think that part of the fact, so like you have this title that says "Prove to me that God exists." Like, to me personally, I like the fact that God isn't something that you see. It's not something that you can necessarily prove. It's something that you have to have faith in, right? Because that's what shows that like you truly love him. Is like, because like if God revealed himself to you, you would follow him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I would say for the most part, if God revealed himself to everyone, they would pretty much follow him. And again, that's a generalization. Some people probably wouldn't follow him because they still wouldn't like him. But if you knew that God was your creator, that he loved you, and you knew all these things, you would just up and follow him. And so it comes to, again, it's like, why did God create things this way? But God created love, right? God is love, right? This is what I believe. So I'm just gonna put that out there, right? So if God made everyone love him, it wouldn't be love. It would just be robotic, right? Wouldn't you agree with that?
Do we have free will
If
in
God
heaven?
Everybody love him, would it truly be love without the choice?
Do we have free will in heaven?
Do we have free will in heaven?
Mm-hmm.
We already had our free will. And listen. So
we don't have free will anymore, and we're not choosing to love God anymore. Yet we still truly love God. So that's going to be a contradiction. Technically, we're still robotic. We don't have free will, yet we still love.
Because you do still have free will in heaven. But when we cross that threshold and we are accepted into heaven, and we are now new. We are just now born again. We are made new. We are perfect. 110%.
What'd you say?
I'm saying, like, when you cross that threshold and you are accepted into heaven, you are now made whole. You're now in your relationship with Christ is here now. Like, you see him, he sees you. You are in the glory of God. You are praising his name. You chose him. You made your choice.
Yeah, how does it
So,
grow
like,
without free will?
wait. Wouldn't you say on earth, if you make a choice, regardless, you have to live with it other than dying? You have to live with the choice that you make?
Descriptively, yeah. I wouldn't say that there would be a normative judgment, though. I don't think everything that you do, you would necessarily. I don't know what you'd mean by live with.
It's not the same choices on your back, but you have to live with that choice because you can't go back and change it. Would you say that?
Yeah, you can't go back and change it. Yeah, given our perspective, sure.
And we choose God, and we choose to live our lives for him and submit to him, and we choose to try to do good every day, right? We choose to, choose God instead of choosing this thing that I want, but I don't necessarily need, because I know that I need God, and we are made to live in constant communion with him. And apart from God is where I fall into more pain, right? So I would say, now that I have chose God, now God has accepted me into his kingdom in which he has made me perfect. Now it's no longer that I necessarily have to make the choice, because God has accepted the choice that I have made. And now I need not to struggle with temptation. I need not to struggle with desires. I need not to struggle with an alternative an alternative motive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I'm saying here. I don't think we're actually going anywhere.
All right. So what are you saying?
It depends on what we're referring to here, right?
But I'm just saying, you said that you don't think that I get what you're saying. So what is it that I don't get?
Everything that I've said, I don't think you've understood here.
All right. Well, I mean, I feel like I've done my talking. I've tried my best, and I feel like you listen to it for the most part. But I feel like at the end of the day, you kind of try to circle the fact that you think. Really, what I think you're trying to do is trying to portray me in a certain light in which I can't understand what you're saying, because it
No,
makes
not
sense.
at all. Not at all. Not at
But
all.
I'm not.
The reason why I'm saying you're not understanding is because we keep going over the same thing over and over and over again, and I'm trying to explain it to you multiple times and be really patient with you, but it doesn't seem like you're actually understanding it. So that's all I'm saying. Is I'm just saying descriptively. I'm not trying to paint you out in that way, so that, like, oh, I win the argument or anything. I don't give a fuck about winning or anything like that. All I care about is the fact that we're not necessarily communicating in the conversation, so it's not really going anywhere.
I feel you. But again, I mean, it's just, I could be wrong. And like you said, it's a perspective thing. So, this might not be my preference, but I just feel like you're trying to portray it in a light because it does kind of make sense. And it's something that, like, I feel like I have responded to your questions. I feel like I have understand your questions. I feel like a lot of people, would agree with that. And I also feel like, you have your certain fan base. And I know that it is hard, because I've seen, like, people, I was just watching, and I was like, maybe I'll get on here and say something. Maybe, I'll get blessed enough to, be on here. But I've seen a lot of the people, and what happens is the people are trying to explain what they're saying, and they read the comments, and so they get mad, and it's a thing that happens. Like, we're bound to get frustrated. People call you names, but you can choose to react to that how you may. But I would just like to say to all the people who come up here and try to prove that God does exist, just keep your head, just keep level, and you know what I'm saying, opinions gonna happen regardless of what you are doing. But hey, Barker, I know you doing your thing, and I appreciate you for putting me on here. I think you're a smart, intelligent man, you know, and I wish you success. I hope that you do find God. You know what I'm saying, truly, and I will pray. And just all love here. Keep doing your thing. You know what I'm saying. Stay blessed, man. I appreciate
coming on. Have a fantastic night.
You too.
All right, let's get to the next person real quick. If you like the content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. Tap the screen if you want to see some more debates. Let's try to get to 350,000 followers or likes real quick. We'll send out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. If you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. I did just get my main account back here recently, so I appreciate everyone so much. We're going to be switching over to sub-only chat right now for the next hour of the live. I do it for the last hour of my live, so if you like my content, make sure to subscribe right now. It helps me come on every day if you want to have access to the chat and whatnot for the last hour. I will turn it off for like the last 10 minutes or so, 10, 15 minutes, so everyone will be able to chat and whatnot. But also, everyone, I will be on at 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, so here in about 2 hours and 10 minutes. On my second account, Peter Parker Get a Job, live battling against AJ, so if you want to come by to that one, make sure to do so. I'm at 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, so here in about 2 hours or so. But yeah, we got another hour left on the live. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. But yeah, let me go on to the next person, everyone. I appreciate everyone being here so far. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
For sure. Do you believe in God?
I do want to say, can we curate our guests a little bit? Like, a lot of us are frustrated here because we want to hear you debate intelligent people, and I love you, but I can't listen to a guy talk about his faith for 35 minutes. That's all I want to say. I love you. You're amazing, but can we find people that are worth debating instead of just getting preached at?
Yeah, I don't think it's only just worth debating higher intelligent people all the time, at least how you're referring to higher
I'm
intelligent. I don't
not
think
coming
that
for its
people I'm talking
intelligence.
to are not
I'm just
intelligent. I just think that they're just not experienced with the arguments. That's all it is. I don't think people are just unintelligent if they come on here and they can't necessarily deal with the arguments, because it's all
Yeah,
to
and
do
I'm
with
not coming
experience.
for that
Even
guy's
before I went into these things, I didn't necessarily know them. I'm just
I just
trying to
think
explain
there's
that
people
aspect.
just if you read the comments, we want we'll waste an hour just listening to people talk about their faith. That's very different than a debate. I want to
Oh,
see you debate, have
well,
intelligent discourse with people, not just sit there and just let someone talk about how they're turning down sexual desires for God. We're not signing up for that. We're signing up for hearing you have great
okay, well then if you're
discussions
not
with
signing
smart
up for
people.
that, then why don't you scroll past, my guy? Because again, I have these
All right.
types of
Well,
conversations
if this
because I
is
think
your
that they.
account,
Let me
I
finish. Let me
understand.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. I have these types of conversations because I think they promote good discourse. I think that they promote good conversation. I think they get people to think back on their beliefs. And not everyone is on that particular point in terms of these conversations. Thank you, Sass. I appreciate the subscription. So if I'm only having those conversations, there's going to be no bridge for everyone else. Right. So what I'm trying to do is not only have these conversations, but also have the bridge for people who are new to these conversations, who haven't necessarily gone through these, who are also at the point of first hearing these arguments in the first place. So these things that people are bringing up aren't just things that are not needed for these people. It's not like these arguments are unnecessary. It's necessary for people to hear these because people still hold these positions. If people didn't hold these positions, well, then I wouldn't be having these arguments.
Okay. Good luck.
Okay, for sure. For some reason, it's not going through. I don't know why. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it, Rigor. Thank you so much. For some reason, it's not going through, everyone. I'm trying to get someone on here. Give it a second, everyone. If you want to see some more debates, tap the screen. It'll help send it out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. But yeah, let me get this person on here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, I think this person is asleep. All right, let's go to the next person. Subs only comment? Yes, it's great. I love subs only.
Hey, where
Yo,
are
what's
you?
up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
For sure. What's your birth year?
2003, August 12th.
Oh, for sure. Okay. So do you believe in God?
Of course I do.
Why so?
Well, first off, I want to tell you, when I'm talking to you, you're gonna look at the camera and you're gonna pay attention to me. You're not gonna play your games, okay?
I'm paying attention. Don't worry.
I'm not trying to be rude, okay? I'm not trying to be
I'm
rude. I'm not trying to be.
I'm simply just driving. I'm not trying to be rude either. I'm simply just driving on Forza. It's something I do to like help me focus. The same sort of way when I like am on FaceTime, I'll look at the ground and like walk around my entire apartment. It's just to like help me focus more, keep me calm. So I understand that a lot of people can't necessarily do that. That's how I focus. So that's fine though.
All right, that's fine, honey. So I believe in God because, listen, you were saying I heard someone say this earlier in the debate. Well, if you're what does it say? If you're asking to prove to you that God exists, then that's like me saying, prove to me that a trans woman is a girl.
Yeah, so a trans woman would be a woman under my definition because I'm a pluralist in terms of definitions when it comes to women.
But
So
originally
not
they
only
were
could we
born as a man.
no. So gender and sex we would refer to as different things. Gender I refer to as an expression of like your characteristics of your brain and your mind, whereas sex is necessarily going to refer to like your chromosomes, your gametes, your like sexual reproductive organs, things like that necessarily.
Okay, have
So we're
you
going to be
ever prayed
referencing multiple
before,
different
honey?
things. Have I what?
Have you ever prayed before?
Yes, I have. But do you want me to actually go over that instead of you just like bringing it up and then not wanting to go over it?
No,
Thank
I
you for
get what
the
you're saying because
subscription. I appreciate it.
I've heard you say it before. I heard you say it before. I don't need it again. I was just wondering what you were gonna say this time.
So then what's my definition of a woman?
I just remember some of it, but you can go over it because if that's really bothering you, go over it.
Thank you, Yana. I appreciate the subscription. It's not
Thank
bothering
you,
me. It's just
Vienna.
I don't.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Bella,
Bella.
for
I
the
appreciate the subscription.
subscription.
Are you okay?
I'm good. All right, so listen. Do you?
I feel like you're definitely pretty angry. That's kind of funny. Like I don't know why you'd bring that up. Thank you, Avery. I appreciate it.
I'm not angry at all. I don't care. All right,
Then why would you do that? I think anyone. Thank you, Nikki, as well. I appreciate it. I think anyone would acknowledge that that was a bit condescending. Like not trying to be rude or anything, but that's very hostile.
Okay, I'm sorry. Anyways, let me continue. So, have you prayed before, honey?
Yes.
Okay. So when I pray, just every time I just feel a certain way. I get chills on my body, and I'm like, oh my God, I can feel that the man is with me. Like early in your stream, he was there. That was him speaking.
Who was speaking?
The man. I'm pretty sure that was him earlier in the stream that said that. That was like saying,
What
remember
man?
the guy? There was a man that was speaking, and you didn't know who he was. He wasn't on the thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that
You
was.
think that was what?
I think that was. I don't know, but I think it was someone sent down into the stream to message you because if you don't believe in God, I'm not trying to be rude.
Y'all don't do drugs. Don't do drugs, y'all. That's all I gotta say. Say no to drugs, y'all. Yo, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank y'all so much. Is it gonna not out this person? Y'all, I'm so confused. We love boundaries. We do, honestly. It's great. I don't do
Wait,
drugs.
cause
I'm just messing.
wait, I'm sorry.
Yo, what's up?
What
How
the?
old are you?
I'm sorry. I'm 18. But wait, I'm like, I was losing brain cells. What the hell was she saying? Like, she was talking in circles.
I'm lost, honestly.
I don't even know what she was trying to.
I thought she
Oh
was
my
trolling.
God.
There's no way she was being serious.
Oh my God. That's crazy. That's all I had to say. Like, I was really just cracking the fuck up because I don't know what the fuck she was saying.
You're good.
Like,
Don't worry. I appreciate
honestly.
it. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, let's go to the next person real quick. Again, if you want to see some more debates, let's tap the screen. Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it, Yana. Let's try to get to 350K likes real quick. We'll send out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. Thank you, Knox, AJ. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Welcome back for the third month. I appreciate everyone joining the Parkaholics. Yeah, I need to make a shirt for that. I love using that term. It's kind of funny. Parker, how old are you? I'm 20 years old. But yeah, let me get this next person, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's going on, man? I'm 29.
For sure. Do you believe in God?
Oh yeah, I do.
Why so?
Pretty much, man. For the most part, I believe in God because of what I experienced as a child. Um, Pretty much, man. When I was pretty much as a child, man, we had grew up in a house that was haunted, and and for the most part, man, it was so much stuff that was going on in the house, But then again, like you say, during that time though, I was young during that time, 8 to 9 years old during that time. So for the most part, I know that most people, have a hard time recollecting everything that happened, in the house when they're that young. So, but for me, man, the things that was going on as far as, the as far as the stuff, the ghosts and demons and stuff, man, it was crazy as a child, man. So that's why I believe in God. But then again, like you say, I know there was just one thing that I experienced as a child, and then as I grew older, my aunt stayed in this house, man, that was even more haunted than I've ever experienced before, And during that time, I was 12 years old, and man, the stuff that was happening in her house, man, was just crazy. I mean, as far as TVs being flown off the walls, we seeing her dead aunt inside the TV screen, man. We hearing noise throughout the houses, lights going on and off, and just what I'm saying, like all kind of different things that was going on, man. And pretty much, during that time, experiencing all those things just put me in the mindset of okay, if ghosts or demons exist, then there has to be a God. You know what I'm saying? So that's why, as as to why I believe in God because of experiencing things like that, pretty much.
Yeah, I think a better explanation would be that it would be significantly more statistically probable. Would instead of it being like demons or anything like that or spirits or whatnot, that it would actually be explained by like maybe this particular power within the area turning on, turning off the lights. Maybe there was necessarily like branches that would hit against the wood, that would necessarily cause a noise. A lot of times that can necessarily happen. There can even be like rats or even animals within attics that can necessarily make noise, if they get in there and whatnot. So I would say that those would be significantly more statistically probable rather than it necessarily being some sort of demon or spirit or whatnot.
Oh yeah. I definitely agree with you, man. I definitely agree with you, man. But the one thing that made me truly know that the house was definitely haunted was my aunt, my brother, and her sister actually went back to the house. Well, pretty much, the house my aunt was staying in, man, and they actually used the Ouija board, or yeah, a Ouija Ouija board, however you want to call it, man. And they were trying to contact whatever was in the house, and when they did that, the whole house began to shake, and everything began to fall off the walls, and and like I say, things started to get thrown around in the house, man, and from there, man, everybody just ran out the house, and we left and just never came back. You know what I'm saying? So, and like you say,
Was there an earthquake?
no earthquake, man. Like I say, I stay in Shreveport, Louisiana, man, and when I tell you we don't get no earthquakes, nothing, no major disaster for the most part. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, it was just us. You know what I'm saying? Just that house that it happened in. It wasn't the neighbor's house shaking or just anything in the area, that was going on. So and, once again, I also had that same mindset as well. Like, like maybe we tripping. Like you say, maybe it was something else, another cause. Like you say, the wind blowing, a tree coming against the windows,
Not like
or
the entire thing shaking. That would have to be something like an earthquake. Because like I know earthquakes like are not common to happen in Middle America. Like I grew up in Iowa. My dad living in Iowa as well has felt even an earthquake in Iowa. So I mean like it is still can happen in other places outside of like California and places where there are like significant amounts of fault lines. It's just not common. So but if it didn't happen for like other people within the community, well then that would take that down as like some sort of possibility. That would necessarily be weird for me. For it to like shake or something like that wouldn't necessarily make sense. I feel like in that circumstance it might have had to have been like if it were not necessarily true, it would have to be some sort of like perception sort of thing, which I would think is not very probable. So yeah, that's definitely weird for me on my end.
Oh yeah. I agree with you, man. Like you say, I can understand. It's like you say, let's say the neighbor house, what I'm saying, the whole neighborhood. Then then like you say, it would definitely, like you say, have understand like yeah, it probably was an earthquake. You know what I'm saying? But the fact that it happened just to my aunt house, man, and like you say, the noises and the voices and just what I'm saying, like it's a lot of things that was happening that couldn't be explained by normal means. So and that's why I say just experiencing it with the Ouija board and with the things that were happening in the house, it just put me in the mindset of, that. Well, first I want to say this. Despite experiencing those things, though, because like I say, when that happened in my aunt's house, I was about 12 years old. So even though I experienced those things, I still didn't believe in God. And I said it because for the most part, I went to church as a child, but it wasn't something that they made us do. So for the most part, between my age of 12 to 16, I was just living my life. You know what I'm saying? I didn't, despite experiencing those things, man, I didn't care to know who God was, but I did in a sense believe that, maybe God is real, but I didn't care to know which God. You know what I'm saying? So I was just living my life, man, for the most part, and what really kind of solidified my belief in God was what happened when I got saved. You know what I'm saying? So they were really solidify my faith in God was what happened after I got saved. You know what I'm saying? Because despite experiencing those things with the ghosts and the demons, I never actually seen the ghosts or the demons. You know what I'm saying? So but when I got saved, they kind of changed my whole viewpoint of or just solidified my faith in God. Once I got saved, because they gave me definite proof that God was real.
Yeah, so I would say that actually here, I wouldn't necessarily say that this would be proof. I would say that this is something that would be considered a God of the gaps fallacy if we were to infer God in this scenario, because we're essentially saying that we don't have an explanation for this, or we don't know, therefore God, right? So that's why I would say that there is kind of an issue with this argument. I would say that it's like, oh, it's creepy, and there's definitely not an explanation that I'd necessarily be able to provide you, given like what I've heard here. But I wouldn't necessarily infer some sort of God or spirits or whatnot. Thank you,
Oh yeah,
Leaves. I appreciate the subscription.
oh yeah. I agree with you, man. Like I said, I definitely agree too, man. But it's just like, once again, it the with the things that was happening, man, it goes past common sense. You get what I'm saying? With as far as with the spirits and with the demons, man. And once again, the reason why, once again, despite me experiencing those things, it wasn't until after I got saved, that I came to believe in God. You know what I'm saying? Or pretty much, I'll just summarize what happened, man. Okay, I know what that know. That's scared for a second, right?
Yeah, no, it's so loud. Thank you for the whale. I appreciate it. That's like the
Yeah,
loudest
okay.
gift. It's so funny.
But yeah, man. I just summarized what happened, man. Just the why, as far as why I believe, man. But pretty much, man. I remember, once again, I was at my brother's house, man, and he pretty much believed in God, and I did. And I was just pretty much just sleeping at his house on the couch, man, and he came in the house and woke me up, and he started telling me about, you know, pretty much what he learned at church about the world ending, and I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm waking up and I'm like, nah, this, he gone crazy, you know what I'm saying? So, and I'm like, so I didn't believe it. And he started pointing out certain things in the Bible that lines up as far as, the things that was happening in the world during that time. So, he kind of convinced me like a little bit to start going to church, you know what I'm saying? So really, I just started going to church out of fear, because even though I didn't believe in God, it was just like, okay, maybe, I should start going to church, because one, I didn't want to go to hell, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I initially started going to church, right? Because like I say, I was going out of fear, because it's like, dang, I don't believe in God, but then again, what if it is real? Then I go to hell, you know what I'm saying? So I'm
Exactly.
just being,
Yeah, I understand that.
yeah, I'm just being honest with you, man. And pretty much as I kept going, I was going to church, and once again, I hated being in church, because it's like, man, it's boring, during the time that, that's how I was feeling. And I just kept going, man. And at the end of each service, the pastor would give an invite to come to the front to get saved, And every time he would get an invite, of course I ignored it. I just never went. I never, what I'm saying, really just paid any heed to it, man. So I think on that fourth Sunday I went, it just like I began to hear like a voice, you could say, and that voice would tell me, go for it, go get saved. Now during that time, I didn't understand exactly what was going on. I didn't understand, like, what I'm saying, what am I hearing? You know what I'm saying? Like, for me, it's like, okay, maybe I'm tripping. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm going crazy. You know what I'm saying? So pretty much, I just ignored it, like, that's probably just in my head. So I went another Sunday, same thing. Heard the same, go for it, go get saved. And once again, I ignored it. And then on the third Sunday, man, I finally listen to the voice. And like I said, during that time, I didn't know what it was, but now being a Christian, I know now that it was just God speaking. You know what I'm saying? But during that time, I didn't know. So, but you know, as I was saying, though, I finally went up to the front, man, and I got saved. And man, when I tell you, the moment I did, it was just like God took the blinders off my eyes. And the reason I say that is because, you know, as I mentioned before, despite experiencing those things with the haunted house, you know, when I was a child, and then the things that were happening in my aunt's house, once again, I never saw a demon. Like I never, you know, seen any spirits or anything like that. So to me, like you say, once again, it wasn't something that made me believe in God. But you know, once I got saved, man, it's like God took the blinders off my eyes, man, and it's just like that following week after that Sunday I got saved, man, it was like I was laying on my brother's couch, and it's just like when I woke up, man, when I tell you there was a demon standing inside his room, like I could, like the same way I'm seeing you, I could physically see this demon standing in the room. And when I tell you, it spooked the heck out of me. Because once again, like you say, I never seen this stuff that was, you know what I'm saying, I never seen a demon before. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, man, when I saw that, man, it scared the heck out of me because I've never seen anything like that, man. And you know, and once again, I thought maybe I'm tripping, maybe I'm crazy, but even to this day, man, I'm still able to see these things that you know, which is mind blowing, you know what I'm saying? And that's why for me I believe in God, because it's just like at first I wasn't seeing these things, but the moment I got saved, now I'm able to see, and when you know what I'm saying, a lot just when it comes to spiritual things, angels, demons, I'm able to see these things, man. And for me, the only explanation is that, like I say, God, you know what I'm saying? Because at first I wasn't seeing it, and then soon I got saved, I'm able to see it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I have two things here. What did the demon look like? One.
Oh yeah, pretty much, man. When I tell you, demons, man, they come in different shapes and forms. But that particular demon, it had like, how to describe it, the best I can describe. Like, you know how what you call those things? It's like half human and half goat or half horse. Or best fact, you seen Narnia, the Lion Witch in the Wardrobe, that guy with the horns and the, never seen that? All right, well I can't give him a secret, but well, pretty much he had the legs of a goat, the face of like, how to describe it, of a crocodile, sharp teeth, it, 7 feet tall, wings. You know what I'm saying? The whole night, like that's the best I could probably describe it to give you a visual of it. You know, it was like it was like a mix of different creatures. You know what I'm saying? That's the best I could probably
Okay, I
describe it,
understand what you're
man.
saying. So my question here would be, if it was because you got saved, how come other people get saved or end up believing in Christ and repenting, but don't see demons? How come it's you that saw demons, but others don't? If it's just based upon the fact that you were saved.
Pretty much, man. I would say because, you know, according to the Bible, you know, God gives different gifts. You know, it just like how, like for me, like I say, I can see spirits, and you know, another thing I have is dreams. Whereas some people they can't see spirits, but you know, God gives them the gifts to prophesy, the gifts to lay hands on the sick, be healed, and just, you know, different gifts. So God, you know, as far as when you get saved, and what kind of gifts or things you receive is all dependent on God. So that's why some people like me, I can see them, whereas other people can't see them at all. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like my brother. You know what I'm saying? He saved as well, and even though he saved, he can't see the spirits, but he can feel them. You know what I'm saying? Like he you know, I can see him, but he can't see them at all. You know what I'm saying? So that's why when some people get saved, you know, some people have certain gifts and some people, you know, don't. You know what I'm saying? So that's pretty much what it is.
For sure. Well, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
Nah, man, that's pretty much it, man. I just wanted to, you know, come on here and just tell my reason, man, and you know, and that's why, you know, I just believe in God because, like you say, because, you know, when it comes to sin, like once again, I know people be like, man, you got to be schizophrenic, you got to be crazy, but the reality is, man, like this isn't something that's tailored towards only Christians, you know, because despite me seeing these demons, there are also people who believe, you know, who's Muslim, Hindu, or just or people who don't even believe in God, but they've also experienced, you know, supernatural things like, you know, ghosts and demons and all these things. So, you know, so for me, it's like I say, now if it was just me, then yeah, I would probably be at the hospital, the crazy home. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe I'm going crazy. You know what I'm saying? but the fact that also other people also experience, these different things and happenings, man, it puts me in the mindset that, okay, as far as when it comes to God, that there's a realm outside of the one that we're in. Now, of course, once again, it's not something that we can physically fathom, you know what I'm saying? But once again, I just want to come here and share that, man, as to why I believe in God, because, once again, those experiences and being able to see demons, being able to see these spirits, man, and once again, like to this day, like right now, I'm out of town, you know what I'm saying? And I'm working, at the different places, man. And right now I'm in South Carolina, and pretty much, man, anytime I go somewhere, I have to constantly pray because there are so many different spirits in different places. Now, most people don't know this, man, but for me, being able to see these things, man, I have to constantly pray because if I don't pray, whatever place I'm at and whatever spirit is in that place, I have to, pretty much I would get attacked by them, you know what I'm saying? And like and I have to constantly pray because of that, you know what I'm saying? And I promise you, to this day, I experience that every time I travel somewhere, every time.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I do appreciate you coming on. It was good talking to you. Thank you so much for coming on.
No problem, man. You have a good one. And thanks for having me on here,
Have
man.
a great
I
one as well.
appreciate that. You too, thank you.
Of course. All right, everyone, we got another 40 minutes left on the live, so if you like the content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. Tap the screen if you want to see some more debates. Let's try to get to 400,000 likes real quick. I'll send out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. For the last 10 minutes or so left on the live, I will turn off sub-only chat, so if anyone does want to talk. But if you want to have access to the sub-only chat right now that I put on for the last hour of my lives every single day, make sure to subscribe right now. Helps me come on here every single day, so I appreciate everyone doing so. Thank y'all so much. But yeah, let me get the next person on here real quick, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I do hear you. Oh,
okay. I want to apologize for the last guy. I think he was kind of rambling on a little bit. But I will say, I think information is the best proof that God exists.
What information?
I think information.
By the way, there's a huge echo. Is there a way you can get rid of the echo? If not, I'm gonna have to go on to the next person. Thank you for the hint, I appreciate it, Brian. Thank you so much. All right, well, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming on, man. Thank you. All right. Let me go to the next person. Thank you for the hint, I appreciate it, Brian. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, you look old enough. Yeah, for
20.
sure. Do you believe in God?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I just have a question actually about something.
Go for it.
I know like good with terminologies and things. So like people use evolution to say, so here's the paradigm, okay? People use evolution to say like God doesn't exist. But
That's a dumb argument.
what if like God, what'd you say?
That's a dumb argument. If people say God doesn't exist because of
like,
evolution,
it's
that
more
makes no
like
sense.
they say I believe in evolution rather than in God, whatever it is, okay? So like they use it as a way to like just ignore God, I guess. So
that wouldn't make any sense because they're not incompatible. Like you can believe in God and believe in evolution. There's something called theistic evolution or deistic evolution. You can refer to either or concept.
Yeah, I agree with that. But okay, let's just assume that these people exist. Okay. So like the way that I see evolution is that God intended it so that the human knows that like the body wasn't made overnight. Okay, like it took time to make what we are as humans. So the question is, what is the term to explain that like paradigm? You get the question? I just want like a term, like it's like a contradiction, but not like you know what I mean? Not a contradiction.
They created us for like a purpose.
What'd you say, sorry?
You would say that God created it for a particular purpose in order for us to like understand that things are more difficult. I don't understand if there'd be a particular word for that, to be honest.
No, I mean like the situation. Like somebody, like man A says God doesn't exist because of evolution, but God intended evolution to show that God created the body over time. It wasn't like a one-night process.
Oh, maybe my question doesn't. That would just be the argument against what they're saying. they're saying that, oh, God can't exist because of evolution. And you're saying, well, that's not true. So that would just be the response to that claim. And that it's
Okay,
possible for
okay.
God to exist and for there to be evolution. That's necessarily what you're inferring.
Okay, yeah. All right, thanks, man. Talk to you later,
For
Parker.
sure. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Yeah, all right, here we are. Yo,
Hello,
what's up?
bro.
How old are you?
Yes, I'm 35. I'm from
For sure.
Jamaica.
Yeah, do you believe in God?
All right. First, to begin with, I believe in a higher being. God is just a title.
Yeah, so why do you believe in a higher being?
All right, because there are things that I can't understand, and well, your topic says prove to me that God exists, and I think this is the problem we're having because everybody trying to prove to you that God exists, and that's impossible because everybody can form their own opinion because we live in by faith. And once it's by faith, that means it's not factual. So there's no fact that a person can give to you for you to believe that there's a God. Because we are living in a believing. So it's living by faith, and faith mean you're not knowing, believing in and not knowing. So I guess I'm just calling to say everyone can form their own opinions. And if you don't choose to believe there's a God, it's not, no one can prove to you that God exists. You have to just feel your own energy and form your own opinion. But on my side, I believe that there's a higher being.
Yeah, so my question would be is how do you say that something is true without knowing in this connotation?
No, that's why I say I can't say it's true. It's just what I feel. I just having faith in that. I can't say it's true. It's like you
Okay,
buying a
so
car.
you don't believe in it. You
No,
don't
it's like
believe in it. You
no.
just hope.
I believe. Believe is not know. When you know some, no one
What
believe
is the
is.
definition of wait, what's the definition of belief?
Oh, believe is your perception. Knowing is fact.
Okay, so belief, at least in the way I'm defining it, is going to reference that you think something is true.
Yes, think that
Or
you
that
see what
something
I'm
exists.
saying. That's
Okay.
your own. That's your own opinion. Yes, so it's what
you
you
might say
think.
that it's your own opinion, right?
Yes,
But
but
I would say,
knowing no.
why would you
Knowing is a
necessarily
fact.
hold up? I
Yeah,
would say
yeah.
that how do you necessarily infer that it's true within this context without knowing? Because I don't think that we would do that in any other context. Like for example, would you say that you believe in Bigfoot?
No, you want me put it in a next context for you? All right,
Why
when you
not?
buy a
Why do you not believe in Bigfoot?
no, no, I'm not gonna use the Bigfoot example. That's your example, so I'm gonna give you my example now. When you buy a car,
Well,
you
then
see.
how about you answer me and then you can go on to your example, sir.
All right, all right. If I believe in Bigfoot,
Yeah, why do you not believe in Bigfoot?
as in, remember now I'm Jamaican. Are you referring to Bigfoot as in a person's foot?
I'll just say Santa Claus. Why do you not believe in Santa Claus? Do you know who Santa Claus
Okay.
is?
Yeah, I know about Santa Claus. No,
Yeah, so
well,
why does Santa Claus not exist? Or why do you not believe in Santa?
well, probably there was someone who go around doing stuff like that, but I never see Santa Claus before, so it would still be believe or not believe. But I've never felt Santa Claus before, but I feel things before that you would say, all right, this is God working. But I never felt Santa Claus before.
Okay, so do you think the Earth is flat?
All right, I'm a flat earth believer, you know.
You believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to convince you otherwise. So, why is the equator warmer than the rest of the planet, given your model?
Oh, with the flat earth?
Yeah.
No, remember, no, this I don't like to go in debate with because you will already be working with what they give to you. And none of us have ever been out there. So I'm just working with
Well, no, I'm just trying to use a reasonable deduction here, right? So this is something you can understand without any knowledge outside of this context. It's just referencing to what we believe, right? So if you think that the equator is warmer than the rest of the planet because it's closer to the sun, well, then my question would be: is if the sun is above me, and I go up in altitude, how come it gets colder instead of warmer?
Yeah, but what I'm saying, the reason why you can ask this question is because you already believe the theory that the scientists gave to you. So therefore, you believe what
Oh
they
no
do.
no 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 no! I take out my belief in this context. I don't believe anything right now.
Okay.
We're testing your hypothesis. Your hypothesis is the Earth is flat, right? And if your hypothesis states that the equator is warmer than the rest of the planet because it's closer to the sun, then again I ask the question: how come when I get higher in elevation, it gets colder and not warmer?
Yeah, but
Wouldn't I be
who
closer
told
to
you?
the sun? Therefore, it
Yeah,
would be
but
warmer.
yes, but those information that you're getting was based on science. So that's
No,
what
no,
I'm
this is
saying.
based upon reasonable
If we
deduction. This is based upon my own experience. I'm not even referencing anything else in that. We're just referencing my experience right now.
all
Whether
right,
or not
if
you want to say that is in accordance with the scientific method is outside of this context. We're just referencing our experiences.
yeah, well, I've never experienced the equator. I would have known where the equator is if it wasn't for the same
Okay, well,
scientific.
you wait. Come on, man. Come on, man. Okay, I'll just give you an example. In my life, right, I grew up in Iowa. It was
Yeah.
generally colder in Iowa than it is where I live now in California. That's because California is closer to the equator.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
So like, we know that there are some places
All
warmer
right.
than others, right?
So who gave you
Generally
that
speaking.
information? Who gave you that information that California is closer to the equator? That's what I'm saying. These are the same people who gave you the map. So they're gonna put it the way you want it. That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
when I've literally drove these areas, I know exactly what that's inferring, right? So, you don't think the equator exists?
No, I'm not saying that. I don't go deep in that. I call in about God still. I don't go
Yeah,
that
well, no,
deep in it.
obviously you
All right.
believe in the equator. Obviously you believe that if you are close to the sun, it would be warmer, given the fact that you believe in the flat Earth model. Since you believe in that, right, again, why is it getting colder when I go up in altitude? Like, why is there snow on top of mountains when it's warmer up there, given the fact that it would be closer to the sun?
Given the fact that it would be closer. All right. All right. There's a lot of time I see sun shining and there's still snow falling, right?
Yeah, there's sun shining, you still see stuff on them, yeah?
Okay, so it's the same thing. If the ice is
That would be because that's because you still see it, but it's far away. That's the argument that you would make. What I'm telling you right now is when you're going up in altitude, you're getting closer to the sun.
It should be
Therefore, by your model,
hotter.
therefore by your model, it should be hotter. So again, why is it colder when you go higher up in altitude? Like when when people fly planes, they get sometimes if they go too high, there will be ice on their plane, right? That shouldn't happen if it's closer to the sun, right? Given your model.
Well, that's a good way to look at it, but I don't even look at it that deep. But I just listen to both sides, and I think the flat Earth theory makes more sense.
No, it definitely doesn't make more sense. And I just explained why it doesn't make any sense at all. It's
All right,
you've gone up. You understand that when you go up higher, it gets colder, right? Given the flat Earth model,
no,
that's
that is true.
incoherent.
That is true.
It makes no sense.
Any peak, once you go the higher you go, it gets colder.
Yeah, you don't have no way to explain this given that model. There's no way that the flat Earth can explain
So with the sphere Earth now, when the plane go up in the air, why when it stays level now, why you don't see the plane dipping every time it go past a certain altitude? It's not dipping. So if it's not dipping, isn't that plane supposed to go all the way in space?
No, because gravity is pulling it towards center mass. Since gravity is pulling it towards center mass.
Yes, and who taught you that? Who taught you that?
I've tested for. You can test for gravity yourself, but I did learn about gravity with
all of these things. Did you
but you can
invent
literally
that?
conduct experiments. We've also observed gravitational waves.
Yeah, did you invent that? Did you invent that thing to test gravity?
I didn't invent anything. We observe gravity.
No, the same person telling you about gravity, they are the one who made those stuff. So that.
No, not at all.
It's
Did
like-
they make me dropping my phone right now? No, they didn't.
Yeah, but if they didn't
Did
tell
they
you at
make
first,
did they make the stars in the wait? Did they make the planets that revolve around the sun in orbit?
yeah, but remember now, who told you that was gravity? If Einstein didn't talk about that as gravity, would you know what is gravity?
Well, I mean, probably
That-
not. At
so
least,
that
I
was
mean, not.
taught
In,
to
I mean, in the Newtonian sense. I mean, in the Newtonian sense, we still had gravity, but not in the way that we understand now.
No, that was taught to you.
Or even
And all of
quantum
these
mechanics in
things,
terms of quantum
all
gravity.
of these things, remember, science is theory, and theory meaning what you think.
No. Theory is referring to like where all the evidence is pointing towards. So it's a hypothesis originally. The hypothesis is put for the entire scientific community to be disproven, and it hasn't been able to be disproven, and it accurately explains the data the most. That's what a theory is referencing. It's right next to what a natural law would be. So
Yeah, but
hypothesis
it's
is
right
just something that I
next,
think is the
right
case,
next, but
right?
once
A
it's not
theory
yet
isn't just something that you think is the case. It's something that has been heavily tested.
heavily tested, but still not 100%. And once it's not
Because
100%,
natural law would be referring to what exactly is, whereas a theory is trying to describe what is. So whatever most evidence points towards what currently is, right? So our understanding of like gravity and whatnot is going to change given the different ways in which we imagine it, right? So Newtonian gravity is different from gravity in relation to relativity, and then quantum gravity is different than both of those, right? So like they're going to have different explanations and explanatory power, but they're going to like typically operate.
I like the reasoning. I like the reasoning though. You reason with respect. I love that. It's my first time.
Yeah, well, here. Let me go back to the reason why I brought that up in the first place.
Yeah, the
reason why I
God
brought that up is
reasoning though. Yeah.
Yeah,
Back to
the
God.
reason why I brought that up is because we have a differentiation between what we see to be true and false, and that we have to have some sort of standard of evidence to determine that difference. And if we don't do so, well, then there's nothing stopping me. Thank you, California Dream. I appreciate the subscription. There's nothing stopping me from saying that 12-sided triangles exist.
All right. So you're saying once you don't see something, you don't believe in it, right?
No. If I don't see something, that's not going to imply that I don't believe in it. Like, for example, I know that every bachelor is unmarried. Why? Because the definition of what a bachelor is an unmarried man. So I know every man that I see that is a bachelor is going to be unmarried. All right. So
Okay.
I didn't have an experience with any of them, but I still know that. I didn't see
All
them.
right.
I still
So
know that.
when you're buying a vehicle, and they write on the vehicle, on the steering wheel, on the dashboard, airbag. You buy that vehicle believing that there's a airbag inside, right?
Yeah, I would assume that given the
And
standards that they're held to, legally speaking. Like legally speaking, they have to have that, else it's illegal. So since it's illegal to do otherwise, the statistical probability of it being otherwise is extremely low. Therefore, the assumption that it would be there is reasonable.
So I'm saying, when are you gonna fight? Even though they have to do it, don't mean they have. Even though it must be done, that doesn't mean they have to do it.
Oh, agreed.
Right?
But like again, I'm referring to statistical probability. So since it's so probable to occur, the assumption is justified.
So when are you gonna find out that there's no airbag? Because you believe that there's an airbag until that vehicle crash. You can't know if there's an airbag.
Yeah, until it doesn't go off, and apparently I didn't have one. Yeah.
All right. So isn't that believing that there's an airbag there? So if you can put your belief in man, you put your faith in man. Why you can't put faith in something else?
Yeah, no, I'm putting my assumption in what's reasonable, and again, I justified that given the statistical probability.
All right. So even all right, even if scientists say the Big Bang, right? And I'm saying, okay, I'm gonna hold on to that. So everything started from the Big Bang. Why can't we say the word that's messing up everything in is God? People keep saying God. God is a title. So when I'm praying, I like to say Creator, my Creator, because I can't create myself. Someone has to create me. So why can't that Big Bang be the Creator then? Pray to the Big Bang then, and know that that is the Creator.
No, the Big Bang wouldn't be the creator, but I mean, from the deist argument in terms of God existing, it would be what the creator caused. Right, so if you were to say that there is a beginning, well then the Kalam cosmological argument is in a significantly better standing, and I can go over that here in a second. Right, but we don't know if there's a beginning to the universe. All we know with the Big Bang is that there's a change in the state of existence. We don't know that there's a beginning given that Kalam notation. But again, if we were to assume that there's a beginning, then the argument will get better, right? So the Kalam cosmological argument essentially states that everything that begins to exist has a cause, right? Then the second premise is the universe began to exist, and then the conclusion is that the universe has a cause. So
Okay.
It would be in a significantly better standing if the universe had a beginning. It would also be in a significantly better standing if it was also a necessary condition for the necessary being to be some sort of independent creator rather than some sort of natural state process or phenomenon.
No, man, it has to be a phenomenon. No one inside the creation can't be the creator.
Yeah, I wasn't inferring that even. Right? It could still be
Okay.
naturalistic even if the creation.
No, but whatever it is, not saying, I'm just saying whatever it is that started it, that is the creator.
Yeah,
So
if
I
there was
think the
something
word,
that started it,
okay, I think the word is the problem.
some entity
Because
like that we're
because
referencing.
people trying to give a gender to it, people trying to put a name to it. Because when you say God, that's why when I just called you, I said God is the problem, and God is a title. God is not a name. So that's
It can be
the
either
first.
or necessarily.
Yeah, but
A name technically is a title, like unironically.
yeah, no, but what I mean is, all right, I can say Mr. Handsome. That's not your name. It can be a name, but your real name
It
would
can be a
be
name.
Parker. Yeah, so we know it can be a name, but
Names are
Mr.
titles,
Yeah,
essentially.
no, that's true. That's true. But we know God isn't the name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
but
both a name and title. So, I mean, I
yeah,
would
so
say.
it's both a name and title. Because if you say what's the name of the book, it's also the title and it's the name of the book. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Right there. But as I'm saying, everybody, I'm not the type of guy to force anything on anybody. You have to just feel have your own experience, and then whatever you feel and how you want to put it, then that's how it is. But I think people trying to force belief on people, and if it's belief, then it's just faith, and your faith might not be my faith. So therefore, I can't come to you and argue with belief. It have to be facts. So if like today now, if you ask me, did Arsenal win 4-2 against Aston Villa, then that is a fact. That's not belief. I didn't believe that Arsenal win. I know that Arsenal win. So it's the same thing. Do you know that God exists, or you believe that God exists? I believe that God exists. I don't know if there's a God out there, but I believe that someone is out there, something or someone is out there that is a higher being than me.
For sure. Well, I appreciate you coming on. I thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Have a fantastic night yourself.
Same to you.
Peace out. All right, everyone. We got another 15 minutes left in the live, so if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. I appreciate everyone doing so. I'll be turning off the sub-only chat here in like a few minutes, but if you do want to have access to the sub-only chat that I always put on for the last hour of the live, make sure to subscribe. It helps me come on here every single day. Parker, how's Eliza? She's doing good. She's just at work right now. She's going to be there and probably until like 11 or something. But by the way, everyone, here at 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, so here in about an hour and a half, I will be on my second account, Peter Parker Get a Job, and I'm going to be live battling AJ. But in between this here, probably like after I'm going to finish my live, and then like in 15, 20 minutes or so, I'll be back here on my third account. Sorry, all the confusing stuff. Parker Needs a Job, and I'll just be talking to chat before AJ gets on, and we can go live on my second account to like do live battles. But yeah, sorry to confuse everyone. I appreciate everyone coming through so far. If you want to see some more debates, tap the screen. Let's try to get to 400K likes real quick before I get off tonight. But thank you all so much. Let me get on to the next person. You got a third? Yes, my third is Parker Needs a Job. That's what it is if you want to look it up. Jason, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Has the same profile picture as this. But yeah, let me get on the next person here real quick, y'all. All right, here we are. We love Eliza. W's in the chat, honestly. Yep, at Parker Needs a Job. Yep, absolutely.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
For sure. Do you believe in God?
So God is a relative term. A little bit with the other guy. I prefer the term source, and I know source is real. A lot of people believe they see to believe, and for me, it's a feeling. And like when I found it, he, she, they, whatever resonates with you, it was through feeling. I am what you would call a
Okay.
divine channeler. I channel source energy. And so, like I said, feeling is how I know.
Yeah, yeah. So how do you say that you know, given the fact that you have a feeling?
Do you want to feel it?
Sure, I guess.
Okay, so the way that it works with sending out divine energy is I set an intent and it programs it. So I set the intent that if source is real, Parker receive a burst of source energy. Do you feel it?
What am I supposed to feel?
Do you feel anything? Say, I accept.
I accept.
What do you feel?
Normal.
Are you being dishonest?
No, I promise. I would literally put everything on it. I literally don't feel anything right now. I feel
Okay,
exactly
if
how I
Parker
felt 5
is being
seconds ago.
dishonest, I set the intent to send a burst of energy to all of his viewers right now. And if anybody feels anything, please let me know in the chat. Because the guidance that I'm getting is that you feel it and you're being dishonest.
I promise I'm not being dishonest. I don't feel anything. What am I supposed to feel? Like, what is it supposed to feel like?
Tingles, warmth.
I don't feel tingles or warmth, no. Like, I felt a little itchy on my armpit, I guess.
Interesting. She's cursing, Parker. I love it. I don't know. For me, it's a feeling. I don't know why you didn't feel it because I literally channel source energy and I send it all the time.
How do you know that you channel source energy?
So I'm it's considered mediumship / psychic. I work with angels, I work with ETs, I work with source, different gods and goddesses. Like I said, that prove to me that God exists. There's source, which is the creator, and then there are other gods. Like it's not just the Christian God, it's not just Allah, like it's all intertwined. You know, Christ, Yeshua is a deity, but it's not what the religion has made it, it's not what society has made it, it's not what everything has become in this world.
Yeah, so is there any way that you can necessarily confirm that to, like, me or anyone in the chat? Or is
So
it something that you have to
typically
confirm through
I
your own
would
internal
send
experience?
you the energy. If you say I accept, I would send you the energy, and then that would be the confirmation. So I'm not quite sure why you're not feeling it.
Yeah, it seems to be a little weird to me. Like, I didn't feel anything. Also, that a lot of people I saw in the chat didn't necessarily feel anything either. So I don't know. Maybe it just didn't work right now or something.
And maybe because you don't believe. But again, it typically
Do
doesn't
I
have to work
believe
with
that it's
belief.
true? Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if it would be based on that.
Yes, my bio does say spiritual as fuck. I'm very spiritual.
Yeah, so we're supposed to know through have other people felt it?
Yes. Lots of people have felt it. Even my kids feel it. I actually just did it today when I was at the phone company. I sent her healing energy and she felt it as well.
That's weird. Is there any way that I can open myself up to it, I guess?
I set the intent to be open to receive what she is sending, healing. If it's in my highest good. Add if it's in my highest good.
I sent the intention in my highest good for me to get the feeling of source energy.
Nothing? All right, well, I guess it is what it is.
Oh, okay. Well, if you'd like to come on another time, or we can try another time, I would definitely like to as well. But I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Have a great day. Thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it, D-Grax. Thank you so much. All right, everyone. AJ said he's going to be ready in less than 30 minutes. Yeah, so here in like 30 minutes, probably 9:15 or so, instead of me going on my third account, we're just going to go directly to my second account and I'm gonna go live and do the live battle with AJ. So probably here at like 9:15 p.m. So here in 30 minutes, everyone. But I got another 9 minutes left on the live, so I'm gonna get one more person here tonight. But if you do like my content, follow me if you haven't already. Tap the screen before I get off here quick. Let's try to get to 400K likes here before I finish tonight. But yeah, everyone, we got one more person before I end tonight, and then I'm going to send everyone through a Parker raid to someone else's live. Let me know anyone that you do want me to raid real quick. I'm going to turn off my sub-only chat right now if you want to have access to talk, by the way, everyone. But yeah. Oh, wait. Did I just turn off chat? Oops. I'm so sorry, everyone. I apologize. I don't know why I just turned that off. That was an accident. There you go. Sub-only is off. All right, everyone can breathe. All right, let me get one more person, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I am 22 years old. I believe in Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I want to tell you a little bit why I believe him. I used to not think he was real. Because I believe in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The psychic things, that she might be psychic, she might be feeling that energy, but I want to let you know that she's not talking to God. She is not talking to God. She is talking to demons. And the reason why she can know what things people are going through is because them demons were there while it was happening. Okay? So I just want to well, I'm a recovering addict. I was in prostitution and I got my daughter taken away from me, etc., etc. That lifestyle, right? I found the Lord in my rehab room because I was like, Lord, if you're so real, answer this prayer, right? And when I tell you that he answered that prayer, and I was like, oh my gosh, you really are real. You know, that's just part of my testimony. But I believe that the Holy Spirit can fill you from the crown of your head to the soles of your feet if you allow him to. You know, so it goes like this, you know, if you just open yourself up right now, like just say, repeat after me if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
Holy Spirit,
Holy Spirit,
fill me.
fill me.
In Jesus' name.
In Jesus' name. Amen.
Fill him, Lord, in the Holy Spirit. Fill him, Lord, in the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name. You feeling? No, you don't feel nothing? Oh, can I pray for
My
you?
hands are a little sweaty.
Your hands are a little sweaty. Come on. More, Lord. More, Lord. More, Lord. More, Lord. In Jesus' name. Thank you, Lord. More, Lord. Fill him, Lord. From the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. More, Lord. More, Lord. Do you feel anything? Yes, Lord. No, just your little hands are sweaty.
Yeah, that's about it.
That's about it. That's about it. Okay. Fire of the Holy Spirit. Fire on him, Lord, right now where he's at, Lord. Touch him, Lord. All these comments, it's okay. But what is your name? Parker.
Parker, yeah.
Is it okay if I pray for you?
Yeah,
This
for
might
sure. Go
happen
for
when
it.
you're just on your alone time, not when you're on live, but, you know, the Lord will find you in your secret place, you know? So, dear Heavenly Father, Lord, I just thank you for Parker, Lord. I thank you for this encounterment that we're having today, Jesus. Lord, I pray right now that you reveal yourself to him supernaturally, Lord, supernaturally. Visit him in his room at night. Lord, visit to him in his dreams, Lord. I pray right now for supernatural encounterment with Lord Jesus Christ, with Parker, Lord, in Jesus' mighty name, Lord. Let him know that all these people that are deceiving him with these psychics and these tarot cards and just telling about all these little witchcraft things, Lord, I bind it now in Jesus' mighty name. I commend every plot, plan, or scheme that the enemy has on Parker's life. I bind it now in Jesus' mighty name. There will be no more hindrance with you in Jesus' name. I command everything that is hindering your relationship with you, Parker. I command it now to go now in Jesus' mighty name. Touch him, Holy Spirit, where he needs to be touched in Jesus' name. Thank you, Lord. Yes, he's going to reveal himself to you, but it's very important to be alert and sober minded. So you will know because somebody created us. We're here from somebody. You know, all these people, they're worshiping the universe, right? Mother God, Booty Woo. Why are you worshiping the universe when you can be worshiping the creator of the universe? You know, she's got some things right. That woman that was on the live about the medium, psychic things, how she's teaching that to her children is very sad. But I'm going to pray for her too because the Lord is real and he's alive and he can touch you if you just allow him to.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, how do we know that something created the universe?
Something created us. I mean, do you think we just here for no reason? You think we're
I
just
think
put
it's
here? Somebody put us here, right?
I think it's logically possible that like matter in of itself can be eternal, and that this could have
Well,
come about
if
like
I'm worshiping a
naturalistically.
God that is fit into space, time, and matter, well, I don't want to be worshiping that God. You know,
Well, I don't necessarily worship the universe. I don't worship anything necessarily.
So you're like atheist?
I'm agnostic, yeah.
Agnostic. Gotcha. That's fine. I used to be, how you would say, always knew that there was like something there, like a spiritual, like a higher power, you would say. I always thought that until like I literally was homeless and lost everything, and all I had was me in rehab. And so I just prayed to, you would call Jesus, and I was like, Jesus, if you're real, you know. And I asked him, and he literally he came in my room and was like, I'm gonna like, and as I was praying, I was like, answer this prayer, and then he prayed it, and then I just felt his presence. Like I was like tingles, all like she was saying like about the warmth and tingles. Yeah, the Lord can touch you in that way. Don't get me wrong, but don't let it be them demons, bro. Because I've gotten deliverance from literally demons, cast it out because everything that I've opened doors and portals to for the demons to come in. Like I had to get deliverance for that. Yes, tingles equals God for sure. Yes, for sure. But some things, the reason I feel like you're not being touched in things is like touched by the Holy Spirit, and people are making this very perverted, and that is nothing but the spirits operating behind this. No, this is not witchcraft at all. I rebuke that now in Jesus' name. But you're so sweet.
So you would say that you know it's Jesus because of like an experience. So like what about people who have had experiences with other types of religious entities? So like people who have had experiences in terms of people who are Muslim or people who are believe in Judaism. Thank you for
Oh,
that hint. I appreciate it.
they experienced that experience as well, but I know for a fact that it's a different type of experience, and I know that it's not of God because there's only one God, I believe. Therefore, because once you actually get into a relationship with Jesus, he literally reveals things to you. Like healing comes to your family, your body. Like literally, like I know people that have literally been paralyzed all their life, but they literally asked Jesus to heal them, and they got up and they walked and they ran around the whole building. You know, so tell me one person that Allah or Muhammad or Buddha has literally gave them something. You know, has literally like you gotta wash your hands.
Well, people who believe in all those religions would say that they gave them everything. Like the reason why there's creation or existence is because of them. So that's something that they necessarily gave you. They also gave you free will. You could say lots of other things like that. There are miracles. They're outlined by every single one of those religious texts. So to say that we have the ability to differentiate them would be something that I wouldn't quite understand. How do we necessarily differentiate them? Because it seems like it's just that you believe in one over the other necessarily. Because like, how do we know Jesus is the one God? And it's not like a different one.
Jesus is the Son of God. It's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, 3 in 1.
You think they're all
the
the
only
same
way
entity?
to the
So
Father
yeah.
is through the Son. That's what the Bible says. But I pray that he just reveal himself to you, and then not listen to humans. Just I would say if you really want to know that God exists, ask him yourself.
I have actually multiple times.
Okay? When keep asking. Keep asking.
Mm-hmm.
Asking you shall receive. So just keep asking. But you have a blessed night. And
You
I
as
will
well.
continue to pray for you, Parker, when I'm in my prayer closet, that you will come to the Lord in Jesus' name. But
I appreciate it.
hallelujah. Have a good night.
You as well. Have a great night.
You too.
All right, everyone. I'm going to get off today. I appreciate everyone coming through. If you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. Parker, do you believe in free will? I do. I'm a compatibilist, so I believe in free will and determinism as compatible. Free will meaning that you have the ability to determine otherwise or choose otherwise than you would have without impediment by another actor. I will be posting this to YouTube. Don't worry, I just turned off the recording for today. I'll definitely make sure to get to that. I appreciate everyone coming on today. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I'm going to send everyone over to another live. We're not going to be doing one more. I don't have time to do that. I will be on in about 20 minutes. And I on my second account, Peter Parker Get a Job, and I will be live battling AJ. So if you want to see that, definitely make sure to do so. But yeah, let me check. Let's see if I can find anyone to send everyone to real quick in terms of the live. If you have anyone you want me to send everyone to real quick, put it in the comment section right now, and I'll send everyone over there in terms of a Parker raid. If you don't know what a Parker raid is, I basically send everyone over to a particular person's live to boost their view count. Say Parker raid, like love from Parker, things like that. But yeah, let me check to see who is live that I could necessarily raid. Someone said Hank Green was live. I'm down to raid Hank Green. That'd be hilarious. I doubt he's live though. Oh, he actually is. Everyone, let's go raid Hank Green. Everyone look up Hank Green 1. HANKGREEN 1. Everyone look up Hank Green 1. Spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker. He's going to be so confused, but everyone go look up Hank Green 1 and spam Parker raid. All right, everyone, have a fantastic night. Peace out, y'all.
Frisbee King, I don't know why, but got the Crabulous subscription. Frida says, one King, I don't know why, but got the Crabulous subscription. Frida says, one